We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men,
Not bury boys.
not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah. This ain't entertainment. This is an invention. If the truth hurt your feelings, it probably needed to be said. Yeah. Truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Truth over lies, this real, no cap. No crash outs, no throwaway stats. OG's back, put order in place. Say to youth, left the streets, left the case, yeah. I seen talent die for Instagram stare. YNs chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pen. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers in homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, mine on legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it says truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Over lies, we don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine. But the real killer's time and fine. They cheering when you crash out young. Then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. Left the streets ain't hate, it's level spine. We tryna get you old, not viral online. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings, break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings, break generational suffering. We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men, not bury boys. Truth over lies.
Truth over lies. Truth over lies.
We see through the disguise. They keep us distracted while the world's on fire.
Truth over lies.
Global gangs ain't playing. If we don't stay focused, we'll never get our land. They talk world peace, while they loading the weapons. Same script, different villains, same global direction. US pointing fingers that is well on screen, but the real war invisible, messing with minds of the people we seen. They say pick a side, red or blue, while the money keep printing and the truth stay new. Black folks caught in the middle of a chessboard play. Entertainment distractions keep us arguing all day. They don't want unity, they want noise. They don't want leaders, they want to no heart. Scrolling, debating, beefing online. While rapper put action, get better than a headline.
Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we'll keep falling for the rules.
Truth over lies.
Same empire, new face, distracted people. Never win the race. They weaponize conflict. Divide the globe.
Sanction, invasion, money controls. But tell Black America to stay entertained while generational death never got reclaimed. Reparations ain't charity, it's a debt. Stolen labor, stolen land, don't forget. They want us beefing over nonsense and cloud. While the real conversation never comes out. Peace ain't possible without truth involved. You can heal a wound you refuse to resolve. So we stand locked in, eyes wide open. No distractions, we decoding what's spoken. Focus, they want us blind, unfocused, focus. We too old to be hopeless. No more smoke screens, no more circus shows. Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we keep falling for the rules. Same empire, new face, distracted people. Never win a race. Mr. Walker, truth over lies. World politics. Black focus. No distractions. Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah, this ain't entertainment, this is intervention. If the truth hurts your feelings, it probably need to be said.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters in mindset, grown men talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters in mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, this real, no cap, no cap, no crash outs, no throwaway stats, waste that. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the cage.
Yeah, I seen talent die for an Instagram stare. Wine chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pens. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers and homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, mind on legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it save you more.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. If the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Yeah, OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine, but the real killers is time and fines. They cheering when you crash out young, then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stock, trade, skill set, something you can feel. If the streets ain't hate, it's love with the spine. We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets where you need you here. Quarters zip vision, future focus kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men,
Not bury boys.
not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Welcome. Live, Truth Over Lies Tuesday, brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling tonight, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse, Truth Over Lies, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Truth Over Lies Tuesday?
I got beans and bologna. Yeah.
Welcome in. Truth Over Lies family. Y'all see the title and the thumbnail. We unchained tonight. So 2 ninjas on them nads.
One of my favorite movies of all time. Who them 2 ninjas on out them nines? Whether or not you know who them 2 AI ninjas is, come all this fine February 10th, 2026. Gavin X and I are very much still in the mix, reporting live to you jive chickens with Truth Over Lies. Listen here, big shout out and much love to all the Cart Before the Horse Nation for all the birthday love. We appreciate you. Shout out to Juice Drops. Juice Drops, I had no idea you even had a whole channel. Gonna definitely check you out, sister. Shout out to the original cousin. Appreciate y'all.
That part. So shout out to the whole Cart Before the Horse megaverse for wishing Mr. Walker a happy 40th. Y'all still pouring in the comments. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Too dope. I feel special. I feel like I are special. I feel like I is important.
So if you missed it, we didn't do a show yesterday. We did a celebration before we left the other night. So if you missed it, you missed out.
There you go. You want to catch it live. Big shout out to Replay Gang. No love lost, but SBC Nation, you want to catch it live.
So here we are. Nonetheless, y'all see the title tonight. The truth. No power equals no respect in America. Y'all know it's Black History Month, so we got to talk about some stuff.
Let's talk about it. I concur. Shout out to what's the brother name? Dr. Claude Anderson. Powernomics. You can't have no type of say so anything without any power. As melanated folks, do we really have what power do we have? That's a triggering question. We got all the power that is in the Lord resides in me. I agree, but show me the body.
That part. So we got a lot to talk about. All right, we'll try to drop the link, get y'all up. I'm sure some of y'all gonna have some questions. We're gonna take a walk throughout history. All right, we're gonna go way back and we're gonna walk it all the way forward and get some understanding on where we at. Because a lot of times, people, we could come up here and say, well, why is this group of people doing better and this and that? Or why are Black people doing so bad? Well, we're gonna get to the bottom of some stuff.
You know what? There you go. I tell you what, I'm not sure about what we about to view here. However, I have started seeing some stuff as of lately. It's deep, man. Like along the lines of what you just said. Like, I tell you what, throughout history, there really ain't no exceptions to who be getting jacked. It's wild. American history is just violent altogether. But let's see what we got in store here.
So we got a lot in store. So just sit back, relax, and shout out to Mr. Incredible, starting it off with a 100 ball. He says, what up, Jive Ninjas and Truth Over Lies? This dropping in to show some love to Mr. Walker on his 40th, my G. I'll catch the rest of the replay.
Appreciate you, Mr. Incredible. Can't thank you enough. Thanks for rocking with us, man. Appreciate your support.
Man, that's how you get the party started. Here we go.
Harder and harder and harder. This shit get harder and harder and harder and harder and harder and harder. This shit get harder and harder and harder and harder and harder. What up? Fuck it. I love my father. This shit get harder and harder. We in my bed right now, we turning. I don't give no fuck about no honey. Hey, you ain't with us, you burn, bitch. Hey, this shit get harder and harder. Hey, sometimes you get smarter and smarter.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Look at me, man. This shit get harder and motherfucking harder. Got my rubber boots on and shit. I ain't got shit, check it. This shit get harder and harder. Mr. Black on the thing, nigga, I'm a starter. So once you get another end, when I tell you it's a part of the life that I'm living, getting money, baby. It's a shit get harder, 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 harder. This shit get harder, 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 harder. This shit get harder, 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 harder.
It's getting hot and hot to watch that madness. Appreciate you, Mr. Incredible. He said, I got my rubber boots on. I ain't got ish. This ish getting hot and hot. Ooh, that's blues. That's real blues. Like they crackheads and fiends, but that's true blues. They ain't really got no true melody. They just speaking from their soul.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
Wow. Shout out to Mr. Incredible and Cousin Walker. He says, proud of y'all. Been a member 3 months.
Proud of you too, cuz. Appreciate you.
And I see you say you still got your reparation shirt from 2023. All right. We got to get the hoodies on the site. I forgot to get them up there. But yeah, I said tonight's a perfect night. We talking reparations, Ebony Dean.
Here we go. Where you at, sister? Cut the check. Football season over. Put on your black beret. We back.
And Cousin Walker gifted a membership.
Appreciate you, Cousin Walker.
Appreciate you, sister. So here we go. We're going to start here. We ain't going to waste no time. Here we are.
Ooh.
Let's go back. Let's talk Jim Crow. All right. These are words that are thrown around that some of us may or may not know exactly what they are. You know, we're going to get some understanding, even for myself personally. So I like to get more understanding.
Here we go. Man, listen. If you don't learn something new every day, I believe you are starting to perish. Isn't that a saying? Huh? Didn't some philosopher say that? We all can still learn. Let's see. Maybe we missed some things. White and colored. Ooh, triggering.
So there we go. Then you got the, Jim Crow. What is it? This is what it is. Imagery. Before we get into the literature, this is imagery of what it was.
There you go. Rest in peace to one of my stepdads. He worked in the steel mill, and he actually started an Uproar Mr. X, J&L Steel Mill at the time. While he was working there, this is in the late 90s. They still had white and colored bathroom, the signs up. But them brothers there was making more money than most folks, so they didn't say nothing about it. But rest in peace to old John Raines. He had to say so. And he started a whole little uprising. I think got fired too.
And here we go. Same thing with the buses, the water fountains. The bus got the sign, says white passenger seat to the front, colored passengers to the rear. And this is what it looked like.
It's all psychological. I said where it is. It's psychological, man. Like, I'm triggered already. It's the images. See, it's the images. It's them pale, racist, white faces. They look like wasps. You muted mistakes.
Okay. Like Mr. Walk said, it's the images. So egregious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where we at here? Now let's go back. Jim Crow. Let's talk about it. Segregation. It was a system of laws and social rules in the United States from the 1800s until 1960s, clear into the 60s. So this went on for 150, 160 years. Who knows? Probably longer than that. Some could say it's still going on in some fashions. It says that forced racial separation and kept Black Americans in a second-class status, especially in the South.
This is the reason for all of these DEI and programs put in place to try to help minorities, primarily black folks, is who it should be for, but it never is. Supposed to be helping us be able to have our shot at our pursuit at happiness, freedom, and all that good ish. But look, this is the foundation. How can you make anything better off a foundation of hate? Second-class citizens, my foot.
There you go, Ebony. We're going to talk about it tonight, though. So let us know if you want to come up, sister. And we're talking Jim Crow. What Jim Crow laws enforce? It enforce separate but equal legal segregation. All right. Backed by the Supreme Court. All right. It says segregation rule legal as long as facilities were equal. But the reality, black facilities were far worse.
Yes, nothing was equal. We've already seen that. Just the images. Look at the guy. Equal. So here you go. The standard. Equal by standard. Does water come out of it? Yeah. And you have to say if it's got enough pressure, or if it's just seeping out, or if it's got rust around the nozzle. That ain't part of the standard. You see what I'm saying? Now the white folks just got an elevated standard, but the blacks meet the minimum standard.
So here we go. All right. Separate but equal. That's a lie. It says segregation existed in schools, on the buses and trains, restaurants, hospitals, parks, beaches, housing and neighborhoods, bathroom, and water fountains.
I don't have a problem with separate. I don't. I ain't got a problem with it at all. Who the hell want to be around somebody that don't want that hates you and wants to have you bound by a tree? Separate is fine. We never was asking them for a daggone thing. They just wanted to keep inflicting hate. And we actually tried to get our own stuff. We had our own bus line. We had our own banks. We had our own grocery stores. We had our own movie theaters. We had our own hospitals. And they bombed us. You trying to get me? You don't want me to cuss this evening?
Oh, it's going down tonight. Listen, y'all see what it is. Y'all see these ninjas on them nets. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! Truth over lies, Unchained tonight, baby.
Listen here, my original calling was a Hellraiser now. If we're going to do this, let's do it. Shoot, listen here. I got my old cantankerous spirit. I was 40 today. Yeah, let's talk about it. Where you at, Baba T? Let me channel Baba T. Huh? Y'all don't know, huh?
So here we go. It says point number 3, the economic and social control. It was job discrimination was common. Sharecropping kept many in poverty. It says strict racial, etiquette enforced submission could be punished violently. It says violence and terror enforcement. Jim Crow wasn't just law. It was enforced through lynchings, mob violence, the Klan, the police and local government. Everybody was in on it. It was a.
You know what? That's terrible. It is. However, y'all know me. I ain't nobody's victim. And neither was our ancestors. We were victimized. Yes, indeedy. For sure, right on. But nobody's victims. As many stories as there are publicized of hooded white men turning us into strange fruits, there are just as many, if not more, instances of us, paying them back for their evil deeds. So yeah, that's why I don't like. That's why I don't like how this is painted, because no, we definitely got our licks back. Shout out to Bonquisha. We got our get back now.
Here we go. Where we at here? So this is where we're gonna pick up. We got a video we're gonna play. It says how Jim Crow ended. The system was dismantled through civil rights movement. Shout out to the civil rights. All right, the Brown versus Board of Education in 1954. School segregation ruled unconstitutional. Civil Rights Act of 1964 banned segregation and discrimination, and the Voting Rights Act of 65. All right. It says the reality, though, Jim Crow ended legally, but it shaped it. It shaped wealth gaps that we can never close. So the wealth gaps that were created for those hundreds of years, all right, the school inequities or inequalities, the housing segregation, the criminal justice disparities. All this stuff was already set up. You see what I'm saying? It's like you playing a game. It's fourth quarter, and they just start to you down 50-0. All right, we're gonna start in the fourth quarter.
You know, I can't help but observe things like this wealth disparage deal, this gap, just from observing my oldest son's existence, you know, and me thinking back when I was his age. You know, that's the comparison. You got an impoverished kid, which was me, you know, born, and like you said, you got no wealth. You behind the 8 ball. But then you've got these white kids that were born into 2 parents households, and shoot, by the time they, you know, a preteen, they got all these skills. They know they could run a household. A 12, 13-year-old young man born into a 2-parent household can run a household better than an adult in the hood where we came from. I about guarantee it.
So here we go. Shout out to Dash come through. He says, I'm with you, Mr. Walker. I'm getting triggered already. Curse, he says, curse if you have to. We understand.
I might try not to.
So here we are. We'll come back to this. So, like I told y'all, we got a video. We're gonna drop the link for Sister Ebony. If you want to come up, I'll send you in the chat. All right, we're gonna get into it now. We just had to set the stage. Jim Crow, all right, started in the 1800s, lasted up until the Civil Rights Act.
See what we got.
So here we go. If you're just coming in, hit the like button.
This is the most ridiculous. I think this is the most ridiculous.
And the video is the white folks are going to be asked, you know, what do they think about the Civil Rights Act? You know, the bill being passed. Do they accept it or reject it?
Here we go.
I think this is the most ridiculous thing that has ever happened. The Negroes are just as free as we are. They have the same opportunity to work and to build their part of the town up just the same as we have. I just don't understand it and don't approve of it. I'm going to stand up for my rights.
Thank you very much. Jim Knight with WALB Television News. We're soliciting the views of Albany people on the Civil Rights Bill. Would you like to give us your views?
Well, I think if they remain peaceful, it would be a lot better than perhaps the violence that would be concerned. Well, of course, being a Southerner, I'm not for it at all.
I see.
And I just don't know how it's going to turn out. I hope we don't have any trouble.
We're soliciting opinions on the Civil Rights Bill. Would you like to give us yours?
I'm sorry, but I don't think it's the time right now. I think they have equal rights, though.
Thank you very much.
I want people to understand. If you're just coming into the room, all right, and if you've been here, they are being asked about the Civil Rights Act. Now we about to cook some more. We ain't done this video. It's going to be a night. It's about to be a doozy, folks. We're about to learn.
I get it. Y'all can't let their ignorance and what is it, nonchalant hate to trigger you. Like she's like, they can do it too. They got just as many rights. Meanwhile, she done probably seen her husband or uncle or father make strange fruit last week. But they sit up here and act so demure. Yeah, you couldn't pay me to go back to that time. Lord knows what he was doing, make me born right now. This age.
Well, here we are. The Civil Rights Act. So this is it. Shout out and rest in peace to Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was in the room. All right, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is one of the most important laws in U.S. history. It ended legal segregation and it banned discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. So it was to end the white water fountains and the bus. And what you see in that video, they was like, no, we don't want to end it. We don't want, they did not want to go to school. They didn't want their kids going to school with your kids. They didn't want to drink from the same water fountain as you. They wanted you to remain a second-class citizen. And that's where we at today.
So now what was the trade-off? What was the trade-off to this? Welcome up, Ebony Dean. What was the trade-off to this? So now they say, okay, You want us to be all, all as one. Kumbaya freaking yah. So say, you know what? Now you want us to help you with your schools and all this. Now you got to take on our curriculum. You see, like this is what triggers me, and this is kind of the core of my rage when it comes to America, because anything they did for us, they always need something in return. Okay, we'll give you better facilities to teach your kids, but this curriculum we about to smack y'all upside your head with is gonna be just as damning as racism itself. Like, you see what I mean? Come on, we all have seen that white Egyptian man in that daggone history textbook. Golly. Oh, it's gonna be a rough night. Welcome up, Ebony.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. But yeah, we live under a whole system of white supremacy. And so everything that we're involved with and everything, it directs back to that. Even the issues that we have in our communities and in our relationships and everything always goes back to that, because that's what this country was built off of. It was built off of white supremacy. So that's why, there's all these wonky things going on in the world and everything. And to be honest, I think that we need to press a reset and we need to start over, because the way that the country was even made and everything and how it was formed, it was all formed on degeneracy. The white supremacists, they are degenerates. That's why they did all these things to us and to different groups of people and everything. And so, yeah, we need to press a reset, and we got to get things figured out. But we also it's really important to understand where it all stems from, and it all stems back to that.
Yes, ma'am.
So here we are. We're going to walk it down. As y'all can see, like I was saying, Martin Luther King was in the room when Lyndon Johnson was signing so look at Martin Luther King, that brother sitting there around all them white men. Why this white man about to sign into law the Civil Rights Act to give black folks some freedom? All right, Martin Luther, we done marched. They done marched and all that. They was going ham. Like they was marching and burning stuff and fighting and getting sprayed and bit by dogs. All that led up to this. All right, and they got him to sign it. And look, they in the room. Here we are, 1964.
Now, I wasn't born at this time. However, I would have to imagine, Sister Ebony Dean, like now that I'm really sinking my mind into this, I gotta think that the only reason why this room of individuals wanted to sign this, because I don't know, the imagery is wild to me. Like, but I feel like the only reason why they did this, like you said, the images of the dogs chewing on us, the fire hose being turned on our babies. I believe the rest of the world kind of put a little bit of pressure on them for this. You know what I mean? Because that was being broadcasted. The United States love to police the world. So again, my point is, this was not because they had a change of heart and God-fearing Christian men. No, they saw an opportunity.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mr. Walker. There was no change of heart. They weren't all of a sudden like, oh, we need to be good to these people. No, they knew that. First of all, let's be clear. We were turning up in this whole country. We were fighting in all major cities. We were burning things up. We were not having it, because when they passed the benign neglect policy, where they were talking around us with all the policies and including everybody, all the immigrants that were coming in and everything, and because they promised us our freedom and they promised us certain rights and everything, and when they started talking around us, that's when we turned all the way up. That's why they never do things specifically for us, because when they tell us they're going to do something and they don't do it, we turn all the way up. So that is why all these laws got passed. And in this image, I actually see something different. I see, because Martin Luther King, he was fighting for us to get our reparations. So I see him in the back of this picture right here looking, okay, he's going to sign that, but they're also going to be signing that reparations check, because I'm taking that all the way to DC. So he was fighting for our reparations, and everybody wants to praise Martin Luther King and how he wanted to include everybody. He did, but he also wanted us to have our reparations and for that debt to be paid to our people.
Amen.
And that's why we know he was, because he got this to sign, and then he was assassinated, about 4 years later? So, you know what I mean? If this was an issue, they'd have took him out before this. But then after this, like you said, there was more issues he wanted to tackle. And they said, we got to slow this ninja down now. So, which they did. And shout out to Omni. He come through. He says, I don't know what to believe. Now people are saying MLK was a puppet and compromised. Everything we were taught as kids was a lie.
No, absolutely not. And let's be careful with this. I feel you. I started to feel this too, but this is another wicked trick. Like I said, if any of us are going to make any leeway, get anything signed, any bill or law passed, there's going to be a compromise. We don't have enough power not to compromise. And my understanding is the compromise may be going unknown. If I'm MLK and they're like, yeah, we're gonna give y'all brand new schools, clean water, free lunches, and in our curriculum, I'm not thinking about how insidious that can be. I'm like, yes, I'm signing, and I'm telling my people we good. And we don't know what always come down the line, but it was not all a lie. No.
Yeah, and with Martin Luther King, and there's been allegations and things that has come up within his name. He's not here to defend himself, and we don't know if things are true, but it just goes back to how they always try to throw dirt and slander on our civil rights icons and all of our our great entertainers and musicians and everything that have passed on. They're always trying to throw dirt. So I would just say, do your own research, look up all the things that he believed in and everything. And it's not like we're going to believe everything that people do, but there was some great things that he did for our people and continue to fight for. And a lot of those teachings are still with us today. We have not forgotten his dream and everything. And we also haven't forgot how he was fighting for our reparations.
Yes. And we must, put this in context and understand the title of tonight's show, The Truth. No power equals no respect in America. So like Mr. Walker said, they had very little power, but they had some power because they was taking it to the streets. That was their power, was in their voices and marching and all that good stuff. It actually was effective back then, but nowadays, not so effective. You don't know a man nowadays that can go and get a president to do anything, to sign a law into act. Do y'all understand? Yeah. Show me a black man or a group of black folks that can walk into the White House and get them to do a damn thing today. And this was, 60, 70 years ago.
That's facts. Only brother there. That's true. Yeah, and this is what we got to be careful. We can't do that. White man will honor his dead and his ancestors to no end. They won't like them, but as melanated folks, we find out that our freedom riding ancestors' favorite color don't coincide with ours, and now we don't like them. We got to stop that. Like Miss X said, who else? Growing up, I was more of a Malcolm X type brother. Trust me. But come on, we got to give Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. his props now. May he rest in power.
Yeah, and we also have to be careful with the people like B. Simone. I think she was trying to throw shade on that he was cheating on his wife, on Coretta and all that. And also with the Nicki Minaj, with the Malcolm X, the looking, the song that she made about looking out the window, mocking Malcolm X because he was looking out the window when they were coming to attack him or whatever. We just need to. Oh yeah, that was in one of her songs. It's called "What You're Looking ASS" or whatever. That was a song that she made.
Yeah, Nikki need to take that damn gold card, and
that's why we don't really rock with her, and we're checking people's paperwork to see why would you say something like that about one of our icons. That's why we're taking a look into people's background. But yeah, we're not doing any of that, tearing down our civil rights icons, who paved the way for us. Like, show some damn respect, so that's where I'm at with it.
That's it. Just respect goes a long way. Like it's deep. Like respect those that came before us. There is a curse attached to not doing so. We tend to repeat the same mistakes, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah. So here we are. Shout out to Omni, come through dropping the 100 ball sponsoring the show. Says I agree. All the good ones get deleted. MLK, Malcolm X, JFK. Who is this?
I know the face.
Che Guevara. He was like a Cuban freedom fighter.
Che Guevara.
Yeah, Che Guevara.
Che Guevara. I didn't want to butcher it. Says keep their message alive.
Amen.
Yeah.
So there we go. Shout out to Omni, come through sponsoring the show.
Big support. appreciate your Omni Design Studios. You know, I ain't go. The only thing I want America to admit is that they got some deep rooted hate for FBA folks. I want to know the reason why. I got an idea, but it's there. It is. It just is. I want to know why y'all hate.
So here we go. And shout out to Odd Job. Stop that Odd Job. No, dyslexia was kicking in. Like Mr. Walker said, we know the face. Then we ain't want to butcher it. Then what? Then would you be sad if we'd have messed it up?
This is what's wrong with y'all. See, y'all get on my nerves. I told you our first meetup, we haven't pronounced this, Ninja. That's gonna be a contest. Pronounce this, read this, Ninja. See all y'all learn literate folks out there in the chat.
Here we go. Hit the like button.
The time right now. I think they have equal rights, though.
Thank you very much. Would you like to express your views?
No, I don't think so.
How about you?
Nope.
What I'd have to say wouldn't be fit to go on air.
Thank you very much.
I don't like it. I think you're just trying to put something on us that we don't want.
I see.
We ought to have a national election on it rather than just letting 9 men tell us what we got to do.
And how about you?
I feel the same.
Fine, thank you very much.
I sure don't like it, that's for sure.
I see. Do you feel this will have any effect on your life directly?
I imagine it will.
Thank you very much.
I'm afraid we might have niggers to live next door to us.
Huh. I'm afraid we're going to have ninjas next door to us. Will it affect your life? Becky said it will. I'm going to have to compete with them in the job market. We don't work as hard as them. We're not as intelligent as them. We're going to have to actually compete, and we ain't going to have the federal government backing us with laws and Jim Crow that can make an uneven playing field. We're going to have to compete with ninjas to buy a house. This is wicked.
You know, again, folks tend to hate what they don't understand. This is our fault, dare I say, because we're going to move next door to her and her husband. You know she can't cook worth a damn. And we're going to be over next door in the back, Ebony Dean, cooking up that good old Southern barbecue. And Billy Bob going to be over the back fence sniffing like Wilson off of Home Improvement. Yeah, that's why they don't want us living next door. Yeah, she don't want to see that Caramel Brown sister walk out there in that front yard. Billy Bob gonna be mighty tempted. Shut up, Becky. Hush up.
Yeah, and those Rice Krispie treats and all that only brings a smell only so far. But when we're making all of our classics in the kitchen, that can smell up a whole neighborhood, you know. So that's, you know, I'm sure she definitely had a problem with that. But let's be clear. With us integrating into society and everything, that was kind of like a reminder to them. We're not going to be doing all the work for you guys anymore, not getting paid. We're not going to be cooking and cleaning and doing all this stuff. No, we are a part of society too, and we are going to get the work. And y'all are going to have to nurse your own babies, because by you guys keeping us out of the water fountains and everything, we weren't good enough to swim in your pools, to drink out of your water fountains, but we were good enough to nurse your babies. Like, make that make sense, because they were not nursing their own babies. We were the ones who had to nurse their kids. So, and that all goes back to the nutrition. You guys were giving us all the janky food that we made into delicacies, but we in return were nurturing your kids. Like, that just goes along with the degenerate nature. They didn't have it all the way there, for sure. So
and it's facts like that, Sister Ebony, on the spiritual level, that soothe my soul, because it is melanated woman's milk that has and continues to nurture these generations to come. There are most likely Supreme Court justices up there benefiting from the milk of a melanated woman. All of us are benefiting from a melanated woman's DNA. Check out the Patreon. We put up a little post about that. So with that being said, justice shall prevail. There's some energy at work here. It's coming.
And check this out. I don't know if y'all caught this. Look at my man Brad.
Tell us what we got to do.
And how about you?
I feel the same.
I feel the same. What you think? Becky ain't got no damn brain. Whatever her husband say, I feel the same. If she would have said something different, kapow! Right on news. Kaboom, pain. Right friend the kids, everybody. Yeah, Becky, I feel the same. Yeah.
You as You should. Boom, right in the kisser. They make shows about it. Yeah, see this, sister? It's so much to cover. This was Becky's fight, not y'all's. Melanated one putting his hands on his sister. Y'all smoking drugs. Never. That was a lie from The Color Purple. It was a lie. Becky was catching the most wicked combos. And she said, come on, Boquisha. We need equal rights to men.
Right. They knew that because they needed more people to go along with what they were trying to push with feminism and everything. They needed somebody else to back them up because they knew they couldn't do it on their own. And we're always giving people, and we're always trying to help everybody and put everybody on and fight for everybody. And so, that is kind of how we fell into that feministic, system. And with the founders of it, I can't think of their names right now, but they went over to Europe and learned like the feminist movement and everything, and came back over to America and taught that to American women, because all the janky stuff that was going on in Europe, and still to some point still continues till this day, they were getting beat on and they didn't have rights and everything. And so they brought that European stuff on over to us, and we didn't even have that issue over here all like that. So it's just something to look into and to just retrack and try to get back on track with our lineage and what we're trying to do with our community.
So here we go. Hold on here. Grab these super chats real quick, Mr. Walker. I got to step off here.
Got you. Money. Shout out to Odd Job. Appreciate you, brother. Says, I know this might be a stretch, but look at some of these women talking. Probably became feminists and created the most dangerous movement since communism and benefited greatly off our struggle. I just thank you. Yes, brother Odd Job. Just talked about it. Yes, these are the women that led feminism. They man was going out doing whatever the heck he was doing, drinking, boozing, cheating. They were sitting at home with their black eyes and they volume. And they said, you know what? We need better lives. And probably so, Becky. But that was not everybody's fight.
There we go.
Shout out to the OG Rachai Media. We appreciate you, brother. Says, let's not forget Medgar Evers, 1925 to 1963, was a civil rights leader, World War II veteran, and NAACP field secretary, whose work in Mississippi put him directly in the crosshairs of white supremacy and ultimately cost him his life. There you go. Rest in peace to brother Medgar Evers. This is what I mean. There's so many of us that fought the good fight that went unproperly documented. Appreciate you, Richard.
And another thing we must understand is that these were young brothers. So even like Medgar Evers, we must understand some of our greatest ancestors were young men. Even Martin Luther King, when he in this room full of these old white men that are 70 years old, and he in there like 30 something, like these dudes, like even like Tupac, some of these guys were 20s, 22, 24, young men. All these were rarely a man seen 40. Some of our leaders were all under 40, all deleted.
My theory behind that, Mr. X and Ebony Dean, are as humans, is my understanding, our brains don't stop developing until like 35, fully developed. They don't want us to live to 40 and 50. You are more dangerous. You can think and see clearly. You ain't full of, pee and vinegar. That's my theory. They got to get rid of us before that.
Right. And yeah, there were so many of them. Fred Hampton and Martin Luther King, when he first started, he was like in his early 20s, preaching and starting a movement. This is why it's so important for us not to, not include the young men that are up and coming, because there's a lot of young men out on, in social media, and they're trying to push the lineage and they're trying to do so many great things. But sometimes they get like turned away by the older people or whatever, saying, oh, you're too young and you don't know, what do you know about the struggle and everything? But these young men have something to say. So as we're remembering our civil rights leaders, Medgar Evers, he was in his 40s when he passed, or late 30s or whatever when he passed. As these young people are coming up, they're going to be next in line. And so we all need to work together because these young people have something to say.
Indeed.
That part.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And shout out to Richard Media.
Come on, just bring it. I need you to stand up. Why y'all not moving? Come on. Don't make me push. Don't make me push. Thank you, sir. There go money. She touching you. Where they get that money? Where they get that money? I can see money from a long way.
Elder Gregory Kelly,
That's right. Come on.
$100.
Everybody get something in your hand. Come on and put it right here.
Elder Richard Media, $50 plus more. Appreciate Young B streaming. Good to see you, brother. Says our food be deleting us though, taken out by flavor. Moderation. Appreciate Young B streaming. Says this is traditional times. Woman long for pow, ping, pow, uppercuts. Appreciate you, OG Richai. Says Gavin X, the brother Guevara was an Argentine Marxist revolutionary, physician, writer, and guerrilla leader, best known for helping lead the Cuban Revolution. He was captured and executed at 39 years old with the assistance of the CIA. Man, oh man. Yeah, I know. I can see the picture. I've seen all the shirts, but I never really knew the backstory. Yeah, may the brother rest in peace.
Shout out to Richard.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, brother TJ at Through the Fire Podcast. Says, Sister Soul, Sister Ebony cooking. Light skinned and all. I'm digging this topic. By the way, today we call a 25 to 35-year-old old man a kid. That's diabolical. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Call no man no kid.
That part. Shout out to TJ.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, OG Richai. Says Guevara, I didn't even try to say that first name, is the face of the most revolutions on this side of the hemisphere. Okay. Che Guevara.
Shout out to Richard. So we're gonna get into it. Before we get into the meat of the show, we got a lot to talk about tonight. But this is gonna be our last bulletin. We got to talk about the Civil Rights Act. What was it? All right. Or what the Civil Rights Act actually did. It ended legal segregation. It outlawed segregation in restaurants, hotels, theaters, public facilities, schools. All right. This means the whites only and the color only laws became illegal nationwide. This is what they didn't want to end.
So it ended legal segregation, and just how we have learned up here, just because something becomes federal, it may take time. It definitely took time for the states to even halfway start to acknowledge. So they're like, yeah, it's over. Federally, all segregation is illegal. These independent states, especially them southern states, was like, good luck, boy. Good luck.
Yeah, and that's where the sundown towns come from, in certain states and everything. They have towns till this day where they still don't really rock with us right now, or, right, like they said that they were going to do. So these sundown towns, you guys remember like when we were kids and, our parents would tell us to come in when the street lights came on. That's because back in those sundown towns after segregation and everything, they still were patrolling the streets. And if they saw that you were still outside playing with your friends or our parents or our grandparents and stuff were still getting stopped if they, weren't home at a certain time. And so that's why we knew when the street lights came on, it's time for you to come in before anything goes down. That was something that was carried over from after segregation, being in those towns. So I remember that as a child, and that was like a major thing. But it did not stop just because the laws changed, and it's 2026 and it's still going on in certain towns. I know we have sundown towns here in Washington still, and definitely down south. So you just don't want to be, driving around. And, when you get that feeling when you go in certain small towns or whatever, it's like, okay, I don't want to stop to get gas. I don't want to get food. I want to get out of this town because it just doesn't feel right. That's like that sundown town type vibe. They don't always just welcome us right away.
And that's true. And this is why we have to stick together, because I hate that that's true, Ebony Dean. And I just hate that feeling. However, if we get along more, learn to travel in groups, especially with some men. You got a group. See, these goofy movies be getting on my nerves. You got a group, 3-4 grown men. Ain't no way, heck, we look like targets. You know what I mean? But if you just by yourself, yeah, that's when they get you because they cowards.
Yeah, and when our families and stuff were traveling after segregation and everything, there were pamphlets that we all had, and we knew when we were traveling to certain towns, the good restaurants and the good gas stations and the good places, the good hotels that welcomed us, and it wasn't a problem. And so on the grassroots, we all put something together from state to state, just to help our people while they were traveling and getting through the country. So
yep.
Yeah.
There you go. And what else we got here? It says, all right, so it ended legal segregation. It banned job discrimination. Employers can no longer discriminate based on race, religion, sex, national origin. It created the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the EEOC, to enforce workplace equality.
Sound like DI, huh? they've been America has been trying to be fair for a long time. America just can't get it right. America, like money, we can do that. War, we can do that. Power, economics, we can do all that. Fairness and equality. Well, what that is? How you do that?
There you go. What you got, Emily?
Yeah, cool. Because after all this was introduced, that's when the wave of immigrants came. And so, yeah, we opened up all these laws for you guys, the equal employment laws and all that. But we're going to bring some people over from another country that's going to work for less of a wage. And you guys built, Black foundational Black Americans, we built this whole country. And so we're not going to be working for, under the table or whatever. You're going to pay us our money because we already built this whole entire thing. So you're not going to be lowballing us. We are the table. We built the table and we cooked the food that was prepared on the table. So those laws were introduced after that. And then it just got janky from there.
There you go.
Green Books, Ebony Dean. That's what that traveling pamphlet, the Green Books.
Yep. And so there you go. It ended legal segregation. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 ended legal segregation, banned job discrimination. It protected voters' rights. All right. It allowed the federal enforcement. The federal government gained power to desegregate schools, cut funding to discriminatory programs, and sue states and institutions that were violating civil rights. So now it gave the federal government the right to enforce it, because before they would just turn a blind eye. Y'all do whatever the hell y'all want. Now it's like, if y'all get caught doing this, we gonna get y'all. Everybody play by the rules we making y'all.
This is what we had to go through. How can any other country see this as fair and equal? We out here just trying to go to restaurants, travel safely on highways and byways, and you got to risk, if you stop for fuel, of meeting mobs of violent folks in sundown towns and all this. Like, this is why FBA folks have a righteous grudge, because folks will know this about our history and they're like, so what? I don't know. It's just like they think it never happened. I don't know.
Yeah, and you guys, we're all parents here. Imagine if we had to send our kids, into an environment where, their parents were the people being interviewed, on a couple slides ago with that same rhetoric. We're sending our kids, and there was only, a few of the Black kids going to these integrated into these all white schools or whatever, and they have those same attitudes. And those kids had to go through a lot just with discrimination and everything, although things, it was open for them to go to it. But that's when a lot of things got introduced in the schools, like, putting them in the special ed classes and, all those different programs. And so those programs were introduced to kind of still keep our kids down. And it is still around to this day. My son is still in the school system, and I had to fight just a couple years ago for him to stay in his classes. So it's a thing, as they opened up all the laws and everything, they still put janky policies into place and things that were unwritten, that still affected our families and our kids and stuff. So
same here. Yeah, they try to put me in the slow class too, Ebony. I'd be dang it.
So there we go. All right. And where we at last, we're going to wrap up. So protected rights allow federal government. It says, why is the Civil Rights Act so important? It's important because it ended legal Jim Crow segregation. It ended it. All right. It changed the power of the federal government in civil rights. All right. It opened doors in jobs, education, and public life. It became the legal foundation for future equality laws. All right. But limits and reality. The law did not instantly end racism or inequality, like Mr. Walker was saying. It didn't just instantly do it when they signed that bill. All right. Discrimination continued informally. Voting suppression persisted until 1965 Act was signed. Economic gaps remained. All right. But legally, segregation and discrimination lost federal protection. So now, all right, the government went back and they won't turn the blind eye to it no more. They acknowledged what was going on. Like, all right, this is wrong and we're going to right the wrongs. Because like you said, during this time is where TV and stuff started to go nationwide. So people start to see this stuff. So America for many, many years were telling the rest of the world that everybody was being treated fair. You know, they telling people in Europe, oh no, the black, they lying. We are treating everybody fair. We all equal. And nobody can really tell them they lying. And then it started to be televised and we being sprayed by hoses and chewed by dogs. And the people said they are not being treated equally. So it applied pressure from just the rest of the world and the image.
The exact same media propaganda that North Korea was spreading back then. Y'all know I'm talking about when Kim Jong-un was wilding out. The same propaganda he was putting up on the news. Everybody was eating good, living good, showing grocery stores. And then journalists went over there and saw, and I think they made a movie about it. Like, it was fake. The grocery stores was fake. The food was cardboard. But what they show you is the reality. And that's what America was doing. Oh, look at these black folks. They got it good. They lazy. We give them free housing and they make it a mess. They have no idea about the stuff that's going on at the root level, the redlining, the injustices, the messed up curriculum, the what is it? The not so fair and not so equal treatment. So, but now, like you said, now with media, now everybody got to see. So now they got to at least make their hate look nice.
Yeah, and with that whole media coverage and everything, what they were not talking about is how we built this whole entire country, you know, and all of our contributions and stuff that we made, you know, which is why, you know, a black man, I can't think of his name right now, but he started Black History Month which is what we're celebrating this month, because we created this whole entire country. And yeah, all the propaganda and stuff that was being portrayed you know, around the world, that is the reason why we have immigrants in this country today. Because if it wasn't for us fighting off the dogs and marching and fighting back and you know, fighting for equal rights for everybody, then there wouldn't even be immigrants in this country. And so I just want to make sure that is a big point. You know, we're talking about a lot of immigration issues and everything right now, but if it wasn't for us fighting, y'all would not be here in the first place.
Ebony, I need that to start to be a main talking point in this space, because that I never knew that until you said it. I never realized that. Never connected those dots. Yes, without our ancestors, our elders, the babies, the children having hoses and German shepherds turned on them, none of y'all other cultures coming over here. We had to shed blood for y'all to be able to come over here. And you're right, nobody says, oh, thank y'all. But now y'all can see, we gonna broadcast it. Y'all gonna know what we had to go through for y'all to come over and get y'all a taste of freedom. There you go. Shout out to Ebony Dean.
Yeah, and they still kind of have those same, thoughts about us that we're lazy and everything. We talked about that the last show. It's hard to be lazy when you and your people created this whole entire country. So we just have to, put some more respect on our names and all of our contributions. I'm still learning Black history even to this day. I just learned something that was so dope today, and I just can't wait to share it with everybody and everything. So we're still learning, and we're still learning, about everything that we've invented and created for this country. And without us, there would be no, United States of America. We are the heart and soul of this country.
That part.
Appreciate you, Lavelle. Says written permission. Who told y'all to fish here? Trey Taylor's gonna call the law.
And a man just called me and called Trey and said, Trey, they're fishing in this pond. He said, lock them up.
Oh, man.
Lock them up.
We better leave, man.
You better leave, because I can tell you, he's going to call it law.
When Chevy John Brown come for you,
gonna call the law.
I'll say, as much as we sit up here and we laughed and joked, that's a real thing that is still going on, that is reminiscent of Jim Crow. That old white man, he got Jim Crow body spray. He probably, what's that? Oh, that's Jim Crow. Musk. All right, I'm trying to tell you.
He said Jim Crow body oil. Jim Crow. But it's French, Jim Crow. Appreciate y'all job. We can laugh at our pain. It's amazing. I've been a member for 1 month. Says Ebony, I've managed to see a green book. Oh, I would love to have one of those, man.
Man, for real.
Appreciate you, brother TJ. Says Ebony, remember the green book? Here we go.
Yeah.
Shout out to y'all.
Okay, we see y'all learned in the chat.
We getting there. Appreciate your Uncle B streaming. Says honest question: is a little segregation really bad? As long as I got the same rights, etc., I'm perfectly fine with never being around white people again. Listen here, we learned the hard way, didn't brother Martin Luther King say he fears that he has led his folks into a burning house? I believe that was within the context of, was integration? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
But yeah, listen here. I think it's best I think we learned the hard way. It's best we be a little separate. We should just come together and share our differences and then go back to where we go.
Yeah, and I don't think us as Black people as a whole, we actually are fine with being by ourselves. We don't have a problem, we're not really trying to be around y'all all like that. But you guys, the white tea people, they are the ones who come and infiltrate our spaces. And whenever we try to get our Black towns and our, Black Wall Street and everything going, they're the ones who come over and bomb it and sabotage it with our business and stuff, doing all these injunctions and sanctions and stuff on the businesses. We actually prefer to just kind of do our own thing, but y'all keep coming around us, and being in our spaces and trying to figure out what we have going on. And so we're cool with it, and y'all just be cool with being in your own lane. But you know what, with that, you wouldn't have all the soul food and the entertainment. Can y'all imagine like us not in the music business or the sports industries or we are this whole entire culture. So they really cannot live without us.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, they can't do it. It's over. We baked in the cake. Our side of the country, that's where all the good food at. We will be rich. We will be taxing them. We will put tariffs on them coming over to get this good old fried chicken and watermelon.
Right. Yeah. Now they got the Rice Krispies on lock and whatever they make with mayonnaise, they got that on lock. But other than that, y'all ain't really got the soul food. That's not your lane at all.
That part, amongst other things, like you said, Unc, are you saying you don't agree with the Civil Rights Act being signed? Because that's a whole nother thing. It's a difference between us still being segregated. It wasn't equal treatment. So, you know what I mean? You was not going to have the same rights or anything. So you don't want to live in that time when that stuff is going on. You had to force them to sign a law and to act, like anything. That's why stuff never get done these days. You know, they'll change the name of a street. They'll paint Black Lives Matter in the street, all that goofy stuff, but they won't sign no damn laws for a reason because laws mean things.
There you go. They're saying give everybody law but us because they know if they truly give us a fair shake, it really ain't fair for them. That's their concerns. White man ain't goofy. You're like, if we really give them a fair shot, where does that leave us, Bob? Where does that leave us?
Well, and see, we have all the ingenuity and everything. They know that, you know, that the spirit that we have, the soul that we have, the real problem that a lot of you know, white people have with us is that through segregation and slavery and everything, it never broke our spirit. We have a spirit that you know, is passed down through generation to generation. There's nothing. They've tried everything to break our spirits, and they just can't do it. And they're still trying to figure out why. So they know that we're gonna make something shake if we ever get the opportunity to, because we've done it out of nothing. We had to get everything out of the mud. And yeah, so that's one thing that they have a problem with, is because they know that we can always figure it out. We have that Majaro spirit. It's in us. So
Amen.
There you go.
Appreciate Young B streaming. Says I live the most low level white interaction possible. Shout out to our sister Rachel. Rachel better say it 3 times. Says in 1955, the brutal deletion of Brother Emmett Till in Mississippi was a powerful catalyst, shocking the U.S. And galvanizing a new generation of activists, pushing melanated folks on the sidelines into the fight for justice and racial equality. Man, listen here. Much honor and respect to Emmett Till and his mother. My goodness, that sister stood there, looked down over her son, and didn't flinch. Man, that's a tough sister.
yeah, and Rachel, let's not forget that lady who accused him of looking at her or touching her or whatever it was. She lived and never was charged or anything, and she died, you know, on her deathbed. She never was charged. And I think they were saying that
she confessed.
Yeah, she confessed to everything, but they still did not arrest her or everything. They're like, oh, she's older now and all this stuff. So justice was never served for Emmett Till and his family, and it's unfortunate, but it all goes back to white supremacy. That old lady, she should have been in jail, and she should have been charged, because she created a whole, you know, the whole civil rights, all that stuff was all because of her lies. It was all lies.
That sister didn't live a fulfilling life. Trust me. The fact that old hag had it in her to say that, Ebony, she was haunted her whole life. She lived with Brother Emmett Till her entire life. Yeah, she didn't have no peace.
Yeah, and Emmett Till was a boy, and wasn't nobody checking for her. Like, I mean, we saw the pictures and all that. Let's just be clear. Like, it was all a lie. You were living that fantasy that, you know, oh, you know, I'm just a you know, poor white lady, whatever, and big black man bad, and you know, and I'm just an innocent little lily. No, that's not the case. You are a liar. You're a degenerate, and we hope that you are where you ought to be at this time, because you know, you lied. So it is what it is.
It was mad. Little Emmett Till is a handsome little brother, man. May he rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Brother Emmett. Yeah, that woman. Yeah, that white woman that lied. We all know where she at right now. Huh.
Hell is hot. Ain't no water there. Oh, hell is hot. Ain't no water there. No ice, no tea, no lemonade, no Coke, no Sprite, no Gatorade. Oh,
hell is hot. Appreciate you, brother Richard. I think you muted mistakes. Says, dang it, I'm so freaking triggered. I need to take a break to perform my evening prayers and recharge. Let that rage flow through you, Richard.
Shout out to Richard.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, Richard. Says Carter G. Woodson, Ebony Dean. Appreciate you, brother TJ at Through the Fire Podcast. Says the anti-lynching law was first introduced in 1900. Past March 2022 delay. 122 was first introduced in 1900 and it passed. Are we serious? You see this type of stuff, I'm just like, why are we even playing? Like,
yeah, and let's remember they used to lynch us after church service when they were, going to their white Christian churches and praising, the Lord and everything. After that, all the families would get together in the town and they would lynch us. And so that's a part of their culture, and that's something that they were doing. So we have to remember all this stuff. I enjoy talking about this stuff because it doesn't necessarily shed a light of our shortcomings, but how their shortcomings and all the degeneracy and things that they did. I used to get like embarrassed in class when they would teach us Black history and stuff, but in reality it was y'all that were doing all this stuff. We were just doing what we were supposed to do. We didn't do anything wrong. That was you guys and your degenerate behavior. And when I learned that, that's when I could hold my head up high in class and speak on things. And a couple times it got me kicked out, but I didn't just wake up and start to speak on this stuff. I've kind of always been like this. So yeah, it's just something to remind us of our greatness and all the things that we overcame.
Amen.
Yes, that's why we all must stand on business, and that's why we sit up here with the accountability and shaming the degeneracy. Can you imagine if we all, or not all, but just the vast majority of us was standing on business, what that would look like and how devastating that would be for white folks. All right. Because they know where we came from. And if we can get to where we need to be, it's crippling to them.
There you go. Let's do it. We can do it. I believe in us. Appreciate you, Rachel. Rachel says you spitting facts, sweetheart Ebony.
Appreciate you, Rachel.
Appreciate you, brother TJ. Says she had to change her name and move to South Carolina from Mississippi. Wow.
Money.
Appreciate you, Rachel. Says happy B-Day, Mr. Walker. Wishing you many more. Me as well. Hope I live many, many years.
And shout out to Uncle Tall. He dropped a 40 in the Cash App. Says happy 40th birthday, Mr. Walker, you old ass mother effer.
Appreciate you, OG. Listen here, I ain't old. That's fine. Y'all go watch me age gracefully. I ain't got to deal with y'all. Keep watching.
Shout out to Uncle Tall.
Come on, just bring it. I need you to stand up while y'all not moving. Come on. Don't make me push. Thank you, sir. There go money. She touching you. Where they get that money? I can see money from a long ways.
Elder Gregory Kelly,
That's right.
$100.
Everybody get something in your hand. Come on and put it right here.
Deaconess Rachel, many dollars.
Appreciate you. And
Money.
Shout out to the sister hanging with Courtney. Good to see you, sister. Says happy to catch you live. Same here. Great show, Gavin X, Mr. Walker, and Ebony. Appreciate you, sister.
Shout out to Sister Courtney. Make sure y'all go check her channel out. I see you've been dropping content. You've been in my algorithm. All right, she over there fasting and juicing and all type of stuff. Go check her out. Hit the email. We got to get you up on the Regal Rumble sometime.
There you go. Whoa, shout out. There you go. Get a little hanging with Courtney segment. There we go. Got to walk out you talking. Yeah, I love that. Salute to you, sister.
Yeah, go check her channel out. If y'all have not, somebody drop her link. She over there cooking up.
Get it. Appreciate you, Rachel. Says TJ's correct. It was passed in 2022. Facts. They just laugh in our face. Appreciate you, brother Evie Ray. Say happy birthday, Walker. Yo, dog, yo, bag of wrinkles. Yo, dog bag. All I know, all the insults. Appreciate you, Evie. That's why I keep watching. I'm gonna look like this at 50, 60, 70.
Money.
And also, shout out to Baba T. He dropped $10 in the Cash App. Says, good evening, beautiful family. Mr. Walker, Mr. X, and Ebony Dean.
There he is. Appreciate you, OG.
So listen, we're going to try to get y'all up here later tonight. We haven't even really got started yet. That was just like we just opened it up. Now we got to get into the content. Now we're going back. 1964. What do it look like? Here we go.
Well, you have to pay tax on that money, what you borrow. You know, any money you borrow is 2 bits on a dollar. You know that.
No, go over that. In other words, when you borrow money from Senator Eastland, you've got to pay an interest?
Yeah, I had to pay interest on it.
Tell us about that. Go all the way through and tell us how that works.
Yeah, see, when I borrow it, just like I borrowed $30, well, I'm got to pay 2 bits on every one of them dollars I borrowed from him.
So they're not getting anything free. If they loan them money, they might have to pay that double instead of just paying maybe 10% on the dollar.
Tell us about what your family is going to eat until you get more.
Well, they'll eat some turnip greens and some cornbread, all I know, because I don't have anything else. And I don't have no money to buy nothing with. I don't have no job. I have been trying to get one, but I can't. And the boy, I need money now for him. He finishing school. I got to pay that money off for him, you know, in school. And he's graduating from high school trying to go to college.
Do you feel that your 7 children are getting enough food to eat right now, this week?
No, I don't think they is.
He can't choose the food if he doesn't have the money to buy the stamp. It would give him dignity if he had something he could do and then, had enough money that he could buy the stamps. But he can't hold up his head in dignity if he got to go up there and listen to people telling me, well, you better have some money. You better get you a job because you won't get the stamp for $3 next month.
Just so wonky. This is 1964. All right. Sharecroppers living on the Eastland, Mississippi plantation discussing how they live. These are people sharecropping. So they say they paying 2 bits on the dollar, all that. So, all right, I need to borrow, $60. You might, or $30, you might owe them back 60. You might owe them back 90. All right, you need to borrow $100. You might owe me back $300. Like, there was no, they weren't going to get a loan from the bank, like she said, 10% interest or something. No, you had to go to Massa and deal with his terms.
You had to. What you mean? They couldn't educate themselves? Trying to educate themselves could get them deleted. Oh, they couldn't seek help. Trying to seek help could get them deleted. This is the part of FBA American history nobody cares. This ain't just willful ignorance on our part. Absolutely the freak not. We are trying. They kept keeping us down. They would not give us a freaking fair shake. I hate seeing this stuff. I hate seeing these images. But like you said, everything that shows how far we have come in spite of all of these wild, ungodly obstacles. Here we stand today. Blessings to these sisters.
Yeah, and just think about that, you guys. You go in to get a loan and you have to pay double or triple the loan back. Like, look how they were sabotaged even back then. And then they wonder why we're asking for reparations, because our grandparents had to go through stuff like this. They never had a fair share at anything. And this is why it's gone on for generations to generations. And as all these the people that they're getting the loans from, all these the white people who had business and everything, those businesses were passed down generations to generations, and that's why their family has continued to have wealth. Look how they tried to sabotage everything that we were trying to do. We were never able to get ahead, and it was designed for us never to do that, which is why we're still fighting for reparations till this day.
That part. So here we go. Hit the like button.
And colored man should have a chance to still make a living on this land. Because I just don't understand why it all belonged to the white man. So much about it I don't understand. How can he become to own something that wasn't his from the beginning? I don't know how and why. Since he didn't cultivate it all by himself, and whatever it was that causes him to be rich now, well, he didn't do that all by himself. Well, I think that he should share it
tell you a lie. I tell you another reason why we should share some of it, because just they say their people fought and died for this here land. Well, some of our people did the same thing.
And there you go, man. Like y'all said, this is very triggering. All right. They out there picking cotton in modern times. All right. And they are saying white folks should share the land. We all should have a piece. How do they own something that they didn't? They came and took this and that. That's tonight's show. No power equals no respect in America. We get it. They was ruling with an iron fist. A lot of blood was shed. And that's how my brain, can recognize, things. It's just.
And like you said, a lot of blood was shed, and that's pretty much white man's pact. You want a piece of this land, you got to get it in blood. That's just the barbaric side of it all. And we are by nature a peaceful people. We are not warmongers. We are too inclusive and inviting to a fault, that made movies about our demise being too inviting, man. And that's us. However, this is a marathon, not a race. I got faith that this is all gonna work out. Just taking some time. These times in history are empowering to me. Like you said, I love how you put it, Sister Ebony Dean. Look at where we come from. Look at this. We come from nothing. Us that are here today, Gavin X, me, Ebony Dean, y'all in the chat. Do you know how much sacrifice and going against ungodly odds it took for each and every last one of us to be here? Make the most out of that time. Stop complaining. This could be your existence, having to pick cotton. What they say, a knot to knot, or can't to can't see to can't see. That was their existence.
Yeah, and I'll let you go, Ebony. She said something profound right there. I'll get you in on it. She said, why do they get to own the land? And then white man will tell them, well, we fought and died. We went through the Civil War. I had to delete my brothers and cousins. We fought for this land. And like she said, we did too. We fought. We was deleted. This was our land first. I mean, we can keep going down that rabbit hole. So that's where they want history to start, right there. And it does not start at the Civil War or slavery or none of that. There's history before that. So what you got, Ebony?
And let's be extremely clear. Every single war that American fought in, if it wasn't for the Black soldiers going out and fighting, they would have lost every one of those wars. They always recruited us whenever they were failing and they were about to lose. And then they would try to bribe us with our freedom and saying, okay, if you guys fight in this war, then we'll give you your freedom or whatever. There was not one single war that this country was in that we did not fight in. And if it wasn't for us, because we knew the terrain, we were already here. We knew the land, we knew the brushes. We knew guerrilla warfare and martial arts tactics and all that, because all that stuff was cultural to us. We were so connected to this land, and without them having our knowledge and everything, there's no way that they could have won any of those wars. So she is absolutely right. And let's remember, you guys, cotton picking is not easy. First of all, the conditions are it's so hot and it's such tedious work and everything, which is why we created the cotton gin to kind of process it all and make things easier for us, which we did for a lot of our inventions. So that was not easy work, and white people were not going to do all that tedious work. So when we hear about us being lazy and we didn't do anything, if it wasn't for us, we fought in all the wars. We did all this stuff so that everybody, could have freedom in this country. So she's absolutely correct with what she's saying.
Shout out to you, Sister Ebony. I'm going to look it up and confirm it. I do think I saw a video, however, talked about the cotton gin and how the introduction of the cotton gin was kind of insidious because it upped the quota.
Right.
Yeah. So it's like we got this cotton gin now. We could process a lot of cotton. Now y'all need to pick more. So the introduction of the cotton gin was a lot worse for them.
Yeah, and look at us just finding, just getting the ingenuity to make our jobs easier, and then they go off and make it even harder for us. We're always trying to figure out solutions, and then they come with more janky rules and everything. But you know what? We still survived. We still made it through, and we're still here today. We still have that fighting spirit in us.
Amen.
Well, I think that he should share it. I tell you another reason why we should share some of it, because just they say their people fought and died for this here land. Well, some of our people did the same thing. Our men went and fought and died for this land just as well so as they did. Once upon a time, there wasn't no machinery. And Negroes went into these lands, into these, say, woods and bayous, and they cleared away all these places. And
then they just came and take it.
In so many years, they worked for nothing. Simply nothing. And the rich man, white man, he gotten rich. So I figure the black man should have a chance to make a decent living.
So here we are. Like you said, the it's documented. You know what I mean? Knowledge is power. We just got to soak this knowledge in. Can't be victims or complain. We just got to, put our best foot forward and unite. All right. Quit segregating ourselves over goofy stuff and let's get on the same page about some things.
Shout out to this sister, man. She talking about how, we would go and clear land and, get land situated, ready for structures and farming. And then white man would come with a piece of paper, laws, eminent domain, I think is what they call it. And it's like, you know what? Y'all got to go. Government says so. This is ours now. And they'll give you twos and fews. If you lucky, here's a couple dollars. Here's $100 for $100,000 empire we about to take from right up under y'all feet. That y'all done dealt with and got situated. They did this to us time and time again. Like you said, like Mr. X said, this is the unfair bull jab we went through. Not complaining, but we gonna acknowledge the hell out of it. Because it seems like folks don't know. And too many folks got stuff to say. God dang it.
Yeah, the same thing happened with my family from Snow Hill, Alabama. They got ran out. They got all their property taken. We had schools, we had, homes and all sorts of things. And they took our properties and everything. And that's how we actually ended up in Pennsylvania. We left, my ancestors left Snow Hill, Alabama, and went to Pennsylvania. And so that's how they started that journey. But they lost all their property and everything. And I plan to go. I found this out when I did my genealogy and everything. And I want to go and see some of that land. Snow Hill is like a really small town in Alabama. So I'm excited to see it, though. I'm excited.
Same here. Like, I got to go down to Louisiana. We got land down there in Shreveport, or had. I want to go lay eyes on it myself. Appreciate you, Baba T. Always good to have you. Says this is triggering to me, and also Rich Shout out to the whole school OGs. Appreciate you, brother TJ. Says, did you know that Congress reauthorized the Voting Rights Act every 20 years? It's coming due. The last time was in 2006. Okay, wow. Man. They got to reauthorize. I just got that. Shout out to, see what I'm saying? Shout out to brother TJ. Says that means voting for us might not be a permanent right. They got to reauthorize these rights. Oh my goodness. If Congress has to renew it every 20 years, like a daggone driver's license. Yeah. See how y'all ninjas acting. That's money. That's too much. Shout out to Rachel. Says facts again, Ebony. And the Tuskegee Airmen were the first melanated men military aviators in the U.S. Army Air Corps during World War II. That fought extremely well. Nobody fought braver.
Yeah, and they went over. You're right, Rachel. They went over to Europe, and they were fighting in the wars, representing our country. And it, like again, what I said, if it wasn't for us going over there, knowing that warfare and everything, we wouldn't have made it. So again, with these European countries and stuff, everybody's coming over here, and the European immigrants are coming over here. Y'all need to put some respect on our names, because if it wasn't for us going over there and fighting, y'all would still be up under all them janky regimes and all that. So just come over here with a little more respect, because we actually were all over this globe and making things happen for y'all in your country, not even before you guys got to this soil. So do a little bit more homework and just put a little bit more respect on our name.
Appreciate you, Sean Miller. Says, I know y'all logical men. Ask yourself, if they didn't want us to read and have knowledge, why would they let us read a Bible that's supposed to be true? Sean Miller, interesting question.
Appreciate your brother.
Shout out to Evie Ray. Says, Glazed Galaxy and Shreveport, negative. Shout out to High Job. Says, eminent domain, illegal seizures, criminal forfeiture, and tax levies, the government's tools for oppression and stealing property. Listen, I dropped the link a while back. What's it called? Not eminent domain, but something. Ayers Law. Ayers Law is how they got a lot of our land. We could not go to a courthouse and write up wills and trusts out of fear of being deleted. So they would just say, you know what? This your land. And guess what? Your land get passed down to all your descendants. And it's FUBAR. Because right now, today, there's probably a group of 10,000 people that own little plots in Alabama, Tennessee, and they don't know nothing about it because of these laws and things. Shout out, Job.
Yeah, and let's not forget how, a lot of the white people, that's why you see a lot of white people that they call themselves Native Americans nowadays or whatever, because they paid $5 to get on those dolls rolls and to be included into the different tribes. So that's another thing. They were paying to get this stuff and just taking it from right under people, not only just us, but also the Native Americans too. So there was just a whole lot of janky stuff going on. And this is all the more reasons why we're fighting the way that we're fighting today, for our reparations.
Talking about the $5 Indians.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sean Miller. Says we need to put that in our philosophy. Okay. All right, listen here. I gotta look that up. What is that? Is that a food?
So here we go. If you're just coming in, hit the like button.
Cotton. When Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin in 1793, that led to the enslavement of millions of more people than would have been the case had he not invented that devilish machine.
C. Ebony?
That thing, the cotton gin, could do the work of 10 enslaved people, which meant you could plant a whole lot more cotton. But you needed enslaved people to pick it. This field has been picked. They're done. The cotton's gone. They'll replant this, of course. But imagine thousands and thousands and thousands of acres planted in cotton that required the hands of black people to build the economy of the South on this stuff. I blame Eli Whitney and that damn cotton machine for the breakup of black families, because once enslavers realized they could sell off their slaves, enslaved people, and make a great deal of money, they just started breaking up families because of the demand. Because of the demand for more enslaved people that was based upon the cotton gin. This is not an easy plant to work with. Cotton has thorns on it. Very, very rough plant to work with. And my grandmother told me that people who pick cotton had to have mittens and gloves on. And you could tell that they worked in cotton because their hands would be all punched up with holes from picking cotton. But it made the South rich, and it led to the South. But it made the South rich, and it led to the Civil War. That stuff right there. They needed their enslaved people to clear fields like this, and they did. God knows they did.
Thousands of acres. So, like Mr. Walker saying, that damn cotton gin which was in
Whitney invented the cotton gin in 1793.
So there you go, 1793. So you must understand, you know, that jacked up slave. That's when you start getting all the wonky stuff, like you said, breaking up families, all the inbreeding, whatever. We just need to get as many as possible, you know, whatever. We're gonna make it do what it do. And it created more nightmares. I could imagine it made things all the worse because now we need more people. We got plenty of cotton, all right, but I ain't got enough people to pick it.
Now we got to create you know, bucks, mandingo farms, or like you said, getting real wicked and incest. Wicked behavior. Listen here. I couldn't have been around that time. As I'm sitting there watching this OG walk through these cotton fields, I'm just thinking, I'm sitting there in my mind, I'm like, soon as overseer come over here on that horse, we're gonna snatch him down and we're gonna do him, and we going into these woods. We got to go. Ain't no way. I could never be. What's his name? Who did he play? I could never be that ninja. I could never be no slaver. I could never. No, you got to go. They'd have been and got me up out of there. I ain't picking nobody's cotton.
Yeah, and I don't agree with what he's saying, because Eli Whitley, whenever he created the cotton gin and all that, that was to make the job easier. It was white supremacy and making all the people, all the slaves and stuff, do more and more work. It wasn't the invention of the cotton gin. It was white supremacy that did that. And so I don't agree with what he's saying. White supremacy is what broke up families in different, different eras of during the time periods or whatever. So it was not the inventions. The inventions were supposed to make things better. They're the ones who mess it up, like they do everything else, by making things harder for everybody. So it was not that. It's white supremacy. It always goes back to that, family, always.
I agree. Shout out to J.
So
Tim.
greed, like you said, greed and money, and because they could have kept producing. They said we can get more and more and more, and it, like you said, a lot of greed at whose expense? We just need more black folks.
And yeah, it was, none of this was made. See what I mean? This was not made to help us help you. The invention of the cotton gin was like, all right, let's back off of this back-breaking manual labor and let's start to get a better quality of living. Absolutely not. We can make more back-breaking labor. More babies need produced. Evil. Can we not acknowledge, like what this brother said? The South got rich off of black hands and black blood. Is there, do we not have any humility? Is there not a cost for that? Huh? Every other daggone culture is told to remember their struggles. Remember when they were, prisoners of war. Remember when they were in torment camps. All that. But us, well, we supposed to freaking forget. Y'all walking on the land we cultivated, and we supposed to forget.
Yeah, and they've also all been compensated. All the janky things that went on, like with the Japanese and the internment camps and everything else, they were all compensated. We were the only ones who are not. We put in the most work, and this went on for hundreds and hundreds of years, and we've never gotten compensated. And all the little janky things that they tried to put together and walking around us, and then including backdooring other people into what was supposed to be for us, for all of the work that we put in, is like a slap in the face. That's why it's great to highlight this stuff, and so that we can, we can remember. And if anybody wants to come up and say reparations and having a problem with our reparations because we were not actually there at the time, but our ancestors were there, just like all these businesses that were started with slavery money, all these banks, all these businesses, and all this stuff was built off the backs of us, and it has been passed down from generation to generation. That is why we are owed, because our ancestors put in the work, and generations later is where we are today, and we'll continue to keep fighting until we receive our reparations.
Amen.
There we go. So we ain't done. Hit the like button.
Is this what they used to look like when you had to pick them?
Yeah, and I used to have to walk behind my mama, and she would have the backpack on her back.
Hold on, you would have to walk behind
my mama, And she would have the bag on her back, and I would pick the cotton and put it in her back, in the pack on her back.
That is crazy.
Why? That was the way of life, of the way that we lived, the way we had to get our money.
But it was so close to, I mean, I know you weren't in slavery, but it's just so close to that.
Uh-huh.
You never felt that way?
Never felt that way. I never knew what it meant to be that way because I wasn't taught about that.
Exactly.
They didn't talk about it.
So you just was doing it to help make money?
Doing it to help my mama put enough cotton in the bag to be weighed to get paid.
How much were y'all picking?
I had no idea. They just told me to pick Cookie, put it in the bag, put it in the bag, pick the cotton, put it in the bag, and that's what I did.
And who was y'all picking for?
I wouldn't know the plantation owner's name. All I was doing was help my mother and her mother pick the cotton and put it in the bag.
This was in Butler?
Butler, Georgia.
Is this how it used to be set up when you were doing it?
Well, people would be in the row and with the cotton, the bag on their back, and everybody would go down and pick the cotton off of the cotton.
And like you say, we're talking crop sharing now. So we got out of slavery. We know about Jim Crow. We've been learning tonight about crop sharing and all this stuff, you know, and that's where a lot of people were. It's glorified slavery. I mean, we ain't going to sit here and dance around it. It's what it was. So, and I think this woman said she's like 75. So when she was a kid, you know, back in the 50s and, you know, crop sharing was still around in the South. And yeah, she was a small kid helping her mom and grandma pick cotton. You got hands. Anybody can put cotton in this bag. I mean, hell, how old you gotta be? 4 or 5?
What else you about to be doing? Ain't no Legos to play with. Ain't no video games. This is it. This is the order of the day. Yeah, respect to the sister here. And I'm guilty of saying, you know, oh, it couldn't be me. But she touched on something. When it's all you know from birth to now, when that's all you know, that's all you know. You don't know that you are a crop sharer. You don't know that you live in a subpar existence. It's because it's all you know. There's nothing to compare it to. You know, shout out to the sister, but that's the trap for all of those. You know, like I said, I've been guilty. Said, oh, it couldn't have been me. What's wrong with them? It's the mental side of it. They had nothing else to compare their life to. One no movies, one no social media. They couldn't see they cousins in that moved up north, you know what I'm saying, to the steel mills and that. They couldn't see how they was living to get an idea how they were living. It was what it was.
Yeah, and you guys see how close to slavery we are. We're talking about someone who's 75 here, who was helping her parents and grandparents in the fields. That's not so far removed. So when they talk about slavery and everything, because my great grandmother was alive when Harriet Tubman was alive, that's just a couple generations removed. And all the stuff, we didn't even get our freedom and stuff till the 60s and all that. That was just, you know, 60 years ago. It's not that far away, you know. So when we're talking about the things that we're talking about, these are our grandparents and our great grandparents who had to discover this. It's not like it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. It's a lot closer than people realize.
There we go.
Appreciate you, OG Richard. Says, man, I was so triggered. I did not hit the like button until now. We feel you, OG.
So hit the like button. Make sure you're hitting the like button and subscribe to the channel.
Appreciate you, brother Frederick Howard. Good to see you. Says melanated people were not considered 100% human. That's the main problem. It's in the Constitution. Is that do that got a reauthorization period too? They got to reauthorize that we almost human. Appreciate you, Count Dracula. Says there was a slave Bible made before melanated people, different from white. It made sure passages reinforced obey their masters to slaves. There you go. Somebody asks about it. There's your answer. This is documented and acknowledged. We were giving what is considered by historians the slave Bible. And there wasn't nothing in there that was going to make melanated folks say, wait a minute, we're being mistreated. Instead, they were reading passages that said, as long as your master whip you and you wake up in the morning, it's all right. As long as he don't whip you to deletion, it's all good. This is what they was reading.
Right.
Madness. So where we at?
Appreciate you, Evie Ray. Says, plus they out there dodging snakes. Man, the snakes. This is why shout out to our old hoodoo and root working sisters. They had to know different herbs and remedies to help with this. Wasn't nobody helping. Dago, shout out to Evie. Snakes, spiders, all that. Oh my goodness, poor little baby getting bit by a whole freaking diamondback. Help it, Lord.
Yeah, but that was the thing about us is we knew the terrain. We knew how to work with the reptiles and the animals and stuff. That's why when we were in the dismal swamp and all that, we knew how to work with the animals and the environment. So that was something that we had because we were already here. We knew this land. We knew everything about it. So when you look at the like the early settlers and stuff that came over, if you guys notice in some of those pictures and images, there are black men. They call them like maroons or whatever. They were along on the horses riding with them, and that's who they knew. That was like their GPS. That was their navigation because they knew the land. They knew the terrain. So when they talk about we were not here, we were already here, and we were showing everybody the way and showing everybody the land. So look into it.
Yep. There we go. And shout out to Baba T. He dropped $40 in the cash app. He says, happy belated belly button day, Mr. Walker.
Appreciate you, OG. First time hearing it put that way.
Shout out to old school Baba T. Hopefully we can get you up here.
For sure.
Come on, just bring it. I need you to stand up while y'all not moving. Come on. Don't make me push. Don't make me push. Thank you, sir. There go money. She touching you. Where they get that money? Where they get that money? I can see money from a long way.
Elder Gregory Kelly,
That's right. Come on.
$100.
Everybody get something in your hand. Come on and put it right here.
Elder Baba T, $40.
Plants. And now I'm 75 years old, and I haven't touched.
Stand over there.
I haven't touched one of these.
But didn't it used to prick your fingers?
I didn't think about that. I just thought it was so pretty and so small and so soft. I didn't think about that. I was just doing what I was told.
Did y'all ever talk about it later when you got older?
No, never. Never talked about it. I don't know whether it was a good memory for her or a bad memory, but we never talked about me going behind her in those fields, helping her put that cotton in those bags. Because, see, they were doing it as a livelihood, to make money.
And what's your name?
My name is Samaria Bailey.
And where are you from?
I'm from Macon, Georgia.
And when were you born?
1947. June 29, 1947.
So there we go. Shout out to Grandma here. And that's another thing that's cursed about us. We don't pass down the knowledge, whether it's good or bad. We need to know the truth. All right. Now, it might hurt feelings, might not make you feel good. You might cry while you're talking about it, but we need to know. All right. And that's part of it. She said they didn't want to talk about this stuff. Even they didn't tell her. She said, I didn't know, what was going on. I was just picking cotton. They didn't tell me anything. We didn't talk about this stuff. Nothing was discussed. We just went along. And even to this day, like you said, that's some of my greatest regrets, not being able to ask questions to my grandparents and stuff, critical questions, stuff they may have known now, be like, man, but here we are.
There you go. Yes, we all got to take responsibility for our growth. Yes, we have to ask, but now as we grow up to become ancestors or unks and elders, good, not ancestors yet, we got to make sure we passing down this knowledge. Like Gam here, she need to pass down that knowledge, how she kept her edges intact. Look at Gam up there, that beautiful head of hair with a couple grays intact. Bonquisha wish he could have hairs come that close to to her forehead like that. Shout out to Gam Gam. That's that lard. That's that she put lard and tallow in her hair.
Yeah, it's so important, with our grandparents and everything to talk about these tough, conversations. And you know what? You'll be surprised. They actually will sit there and talk to you and tell you everything about your ancestors and your lineage if you just come to them and ask. One thing that I did with my grandfather before he passed away, he was in his 90s. He passed away last year. But when he came to visit, I played the Hidden Color series for him. Now, it took about 2 weeks, because those are some long episodes, and he was old. He was napping through. But I had like a recorder, and I wrote a whole bunch of things down because he was filling me on our family's history and talking about it. And he was like, you know what, this is absolutely truthful, everything in the documentary. So I thought that was really cool. If you just talk to them, because they will be so excited to share that knowledge with you, because a lot of times it's held back and they don't get a chance to talk about it. So it's one way that you can also bond with your elders too.
So here we are. We ain't done. We got plenty more. Hit the like button.
I remember the rent, Mr. Wade, Mr. Mack used to come by and collect the rent. And my aunt, that Margaret Foreman, that Mr. Mack called Babe, the neighbors used to bring their rent money to my aunt's house. And she would give the money to Mr. Mack. Mr. Mack would always come, Babe, you could see Mr. Mack when he come. And he had his little receipt book where he would write out a receipt and give the receipt to my aunt. And I remember my aunt, like I say, when I can remember back to 1928, when I think they first started saying, I realized that they was talking about moving here. The rent used to be $2 a month. I had kept a lot of stuff, and I had some of the rent receipts, but I had a fire in my house, so I lost a lot of stuff that I used to keep. So
I didn't know that. So you said, Babe?
Yes,
Babe. That's when you know it's the rich dude.
Babe.
Yeah.
Babe, babe, what you got? And he would come and my aunt would turn that over. And one thing, while we are closer here, that I want to say, and then I
just pulling up, collecting rent. She said back in 1928, all right, rent was $2 almost 100 years ago. I mean, real relative. This woman must be old. She got to be in her 90s. Still healthy.
Don't listen here. Now she look good for now. Whatever, listen here. She look good for whatever age she is. She's still up there kicking, speaking very clearly. The Nana behind in that color purple shirt. I don't know how I feel about that. A little bit of brainwashing going on there. But listen here, man. I like this. Look at these nanas up here representing. Look at that setup. I know a lot of y'all looking at those prefab houses and y'all like, that's poverty. No, it ain't. No, it's not. We need to reprogram. This is the move. Right. This setup you see here, maybe not so damn close together, but this is the move, man. This is what we need to do. This is our community. It ain't got to be run down and podunk, but it ain't gonna be glamorous lifestyle of the rich and famous. This is the reset, Ebony Dean. That's my belief.
Yeah, and it's all about ownership and everything. Like, there's so much history in these homes. I have a friend who his grandparents left him property because his dad had passed away and his grandparents passed away. So he has that house, and his grandfather built the house with his own hands. So there's so much history and love into that house. And that's something that you want to preserve because it's so personal and you want to do the renovations and everything because your grandparents put their heart and their soul into that. So that is what we want to strive for. It's not to buy the fanciest house on the block. Sometimes the homes that mean so much is because of the history that's there, when it's passed down from generation to generation. That's the real wealth.
Yes, and being practical. Like I'm thinking this through. You got houses like this. You got a neighborhood house like this. a couple ragtag ninjas like me and Mr. X can maintenance the whole community from roof to they ain't got basements, but from first floor to we could do everything because it's practical. You ain't got big 3-story mansions where you need lifts. You see what I'm saying? You got a couple tools, ladders, and you can keep and maintain things. That's one thing we got to keep in mind. Not only build, but maintain. We don't want to develop an amazing infrastructure, and now we got to depend on too many outside sources to maintain it. That's how we always get screwed up. Yeah, but here we go. This is the move right here. Shout out to these sisters.
Yes,
that's when you know it's the rich dude.
Babe,
Yeah.
babe, what you got? And he would come and my aunt would turn that over. And one thing, while we are closer here, that I want to say, and then I'll probably be through with my little talking. This house here, 454 Wade Drive, this is where the Coleman stayed. And Gregory Coleman played with the Minnesota Vikings. He was raised up in this house here at 454 Wade Drive. And
got a right. So there we go. Where you at, Mailbox Sports? There goes some sports history for you. Greg Coleman. It seems he was a punter for the Minnesota Vikings. Probably one of the first black punters. Hell.
Shout out to the brother. Look, our history so rich.
I mean, it's 2026 and there still ain't no black punters. It might be one, I think the one dude, but hell.
There you go, shoot. Y'all better start playing. See, we got too much pride in the hood, Mr. X. I ain't never heard none of our peers, say, yeah, I want my son to be punter, a kicker, bull jive. Where my boy at? Go learn to kick this football and make millions of dollars and never get hurt. We own to something now. Come on, where is the next wave of black punters and kickers and long snappers? 0 injuries.
So here we are. That's wild. Shout out to that.
Appreciate you hanging with Courtney. Says, my great-great-grandmother lived to be over 100 and my great-grandmother 99. The stories have always pushed me to be the best I can be. That right, that's the blessing. You hear those words coming from men and women that share your blood, and they tell you, they pass down their strength to you. Look at what we made through granddaughter, daughter. The same power that's in me is in you. Don't you be out here complaining. Make it happen. Salute to you and your grandma and great-great-grandma, all of them. Money. Shout out to the knock-knee tyrant G Honda at the Stillmatic Network. Says Ebony Dean, one of the main reasons why reparations is out of reach, here you go, is because the loopholes in due process. Fifth Amendment, that was why white people was able to steal our inventions and destroy Black Wall Street.
Yeah, I mean, G Honda, I have to respectfully disagree. You said the same things about my Seahawks not winning the Super Bowl, and they won. So we'll continue to fight the good fight, and we're already in the process of making all that stuff happen, and we're going to get around it, because one thing to remember, this country is never going to be great until they right all the wrongs of the past, and they have to make that happen. There's just no way of getting around it. No tangibles, no reparations, no vote. And that's just where we are with it. And enough of us are on code to make something happen. So shout out to you, Jihan.
In other words, Jihan, she's saying, shut your BA up.
There you go. So, and there you go. You've been wrong about enough, G Honda. So you ain't the messenger. You are a bad source of information at this point.
You always wrong. I can't wait till next Heartbreak Theater. We're gonna continue to show just how wrong you are.
And G Honda wouldn't.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, G Honda, when we do get our reparations, you can forward your check to me, since you were all in disbelief, and we can split it I'll split it amongst the guys. We'll take your part of it, since you didn't believe.
I needs that.
Money.
Appreciate your hard job. Says the history of one's people must be told, and the trauma must be confronted to make a resolve that can be formed and tangible to be greater and fight for our honor and rights. I like that. Poetic.
Shout out to Odd Job.
Appreciate you, OG Richard. Says Mr. Walker, that is a community, right, man? Richard, y'all don't get it. That's all I see. This is it right here. This is our reset. It ain't in Bankhead ATL. Sorry, not freaking sorry. That's not it. This is it. Community gardens. Y'all ain't trying to hear me. Appreciate you, Richard. Says Mr. Walker, Reggie Roby was a punter for the Miami Dolphins for 10 seasons, 1983 to 1992. Shout out to Richard. Mailbox, did you know this?
So here we go. If you're just coming in, hit the like button.
They said the afro was legal. Am I right or wrong? That's right. That's what they said. It was legal. We can sport an afro. All right. This man, there's a lot of brothers here. This man here has got an afro. This is an afro right here. Or somewhat of an afro. It's not big, no. But they want us to wear skin head. What they call it, high and tight. High and tight. It's not my culture. Am I right or wrong? They come over here. They get, all right, a Vietnamese girl. She called me a nigger. A Vietnamese girl. I know it's not part of their language. Can't nobody tell me that's part of their language. But I'm going to go over here. The beast, you know that. See, we go over here. We fight. Okay, we fight to defend the water we drink, the land we grow our food on, and our way of culture. We also fight to protect Rockefeller's foundations. We fight to protect J.P. Kennedy's foundation. All these different kind of foundations that the black man can't partake of, you understand? And then we go back. We're continuously harassed. It's not necessary. This ain't what we heard. This is what we know. See, we've seen it from the bird's eye point of view. We are the people here now, see. We see it now. This ain't what we heard, you know. I know y'all out in the Ville. Now, just like you said, these Oriental people don't know how to where the word nigga came from or nothing. They have to learn how to speak it. You go out there in that Ville. The first time I come over here, I goes out in the Ville, I falls into one of these places, and I'm thrown out because I'm black, you know? Because I'm black. They don't like us. They say we start trouble. Now who done put this stuff in their mind? You know what I mean? The beasts came over here and brainwashed these people. We get out here and try to do our thing, and they wants to downrate us. Right on. Because we're black. Because the beasts came over here and told them that we ain't nothing but trouble. Right. Because we got a strong rapper and they scared we're going to take the women away. Well, wait a minute. Let me tell you something about down south. Let's say down high in July this year right here. When the so-called the beast, this is what we call them because they act savage and barbarous like animals.
Is that Baba T? Baba T, is this you? I'm convinced like Baba T and Richard Media is in this coalition. So these brothers here was in the military back in the 70s fighting in Vietnam. Our brothers was black and proud back then. All right. But they was joining the service. You know, a lot of this stuff was drafting and stuff was still going on. They ain't have many options, but like he said, they over in a whole nother country back then, and the Korean women don't even speak English, but they calling them ninjas. Where they learn this from? The beast. That's what they call white man, and the beast done taught them. The beast done came over here and taught these folks. He said, we going into bars and establishments, and they just kick us out because we black. Where they learn this at?
Do you want to know why? How we know for sure that it was the white beast of America that was driving the bus over his own soldier? My gosh. Because there's documented history that when we was in them jungles fighting for a land that hated us, while we were in those jungles fighting and dying for a land that hated us, a lot of the Viet Cong, when they would see us, that black skin, a lot of them would drop their weapons and bow down. Because the ones that weren't tainted by the wicked words of the beast identified that dark skin as a god. And so a lot of they don't talk about this. They used us for that. We on the front lines, and they would say, whoa, they thought God had came back with this dark skin. And they were scared, and they would bow down and drop their weapons a lot of times. But they don't talk about this side of history, but whatever.
Yeah, and you know what? They went over there and showed them what it really was. You know, they were teaching them how to fly planes and how to work with different weapons and how to survive. And we went over there to help. But let's be clear, that guy with the glasses on, I know he's from the Bay, and I know he went over there with all that Bay Area game and was talking to them women and macking them down and all that. I mean, our brothers are smooth. This is why our brothers can go to anywhere in the whole world and they are loved on. Why? Because they were already doing it back then, going and helping the the different countries, and they just have that charisma. They just have that ism. It's just in them. So they were able to set the bar straight. And one of the reasons why there was that propaganda and everything is because the white people, they knew our greatness. They knew that we knew how to be able to teach other people in the wars and everything. And so they tried to do whatever they could to hate on us. But again, with our charisma and with our knowledge and with us being who we are, there's no stopping us, and we can go anywhere in the world, and regardless of whatever you think or you see on TV, we're going to set the record straight because we are great people.
And I would say we got to call it what it is. He talking about the beast. It was, 9 times out of 10, it was their fellow soldiers. Like you said, these are the original passport bros right here. They was getting the ladies, but way back then, white man was the one going over there marrying Asian women and stuff, and they was dirty macking on the black soldiers. Like, yeah, you don't want to date them. Them are ninjas. They are beneath us. Don't talk to them. If they come in these bars, kick them out. They are second class, because they didn't want the Mandingo soldiers to take all the women. The white man like, no, we got to, keep the women for ourselves and say bad things about the black soldiers.
Can't compete. Life is about relationships. And like you pointed out, Sister Emily Dean, when we got rhythm in our spine, we know how to relate. And they couldn't compete. What you gonna look at these brothers? These brothers could handle themselves in the club today. What you playing with? They was out there, they done proved themselves in racist white man military. You can't tell these brothers nothing, man. They over there having a good old time. Probably got a whole bunch of little babies running around over there.
Yeah, and another thing is the white people, they're afraid of genetic annihilation, because they know if a black man goes over and has a baby, that's going to continue making more black babies. And it's the melanin. That's what they're afraid of. It's the melanin, because it's dominant. And whenever, if you have a child with a black person or whatever, that child is going to be black. And that's why they're going, their numbers are low and everything. So when you guys were asking what is it that they hate about us, they hate our melanin. They hate that we are superior physically and mentally, and they always try to portray us as not smart and not educated and everything, but we really are. So it is about that genetic annihilation, and that's just what we have to keep in mind. We are the superior race.
They do it. Yeah, they do have a valid concern on that. I guess they don't want to be wiped out. They want their bloodline pure. Yeah, the one drop rule, baby, is a real thing.
So here we go. We're talking black family in 86. As y'all see, we walking the timeline down. All right, we're trying to get to modern times.
It's my birth year, baby. What we got? Crack?
And society has made living for the women without the husband or without the male easy.
Oh?
Yeah, welfare. I think welfare is not the best thing for everybody. Teenage pregnancy cannot be stopped by programs. It has to be morals, and morals come from God. And somewhere along the line, the black family kind of strayed away from that. And I believe we need it.
You say the moral values have changed.
Oh, yes. It's morally acceptable to have babies. It was not morally acceptable years ago. That's hurting the black family. But we're content to be in this well now, okay? We're just content to be in this mud, and we need to get out of it.
This was 40 years ago. There's no way we are still having these conversations about about marriage and how we shouldn't be having all these kids outside of wedlock. And all it has done is compound and snowball for 40 years. And it may be too late to reverse some of this stuff. Don't know.
Yes, you do. It is. It's over. It's over. That's why we keep saying it. It's over. This life for us has got to evolve. Don't know what it looks like. I keep saying I truly believe we are headed towards a dystopian lifestyle where there is no connection amongst anybody outside of technology. That's my fear. That's what it looks like. They just separating everybody. A family unit will disrupt a corrupt government. So if we don't have any unit whatsoever, everybody's just a selfish individual out for self. It's over. Done deal.
And she said something there, I'll get you in, Ebony, about God and, family. Right now, a lot of folks ain't fearing God. A lot of Bonquisha Nug and Pooh Shiesties and all this craziness going on. There is no real fear. There is no, we can't get back to anything. Everything that's straight so far away. People just doing what the hell they want.
Yeah, that's a real thing. We have, women who are trying to lead, and the men are separated and everything, but that just it even goes back to just slavery, you guys. And when we talk about all of the foul things that went on, and we were having babies out of wedlock, we were having the master's babies, and we were having the babies of our own family members because they were mass breeding us and everything. And so that's something that went on. And we talk about welfare and how it split up the family. It was the laws that split it up, because the men couldn't be around if you did have that subsidized income or whatever. So that part was janky. Why couldn't you just give the money and still have the families intact? Because once families are intact, that is what's going, like you guys said, what's going to go up against the government. We need each other. We all need to work together. There is no community without fathers and mothers and children, and everyone working together to make things happen. And I know things are a lot wonky, than they were before or whatever, but we are continuing to work together. We are having these conversations. We are talking to the women and talking to the men and talking about how much we need each other. So we just have to continue on this page and just, right some of the wrongs and things, and figure out where we went wrong, and just get back to families and get back to relationships, because that's what's going to help us through this fight.
Yes.
There aren't any great white people running around in this block tearing up stuff. It's us. We've got to stop doing that.
Does the civil rights movement, which came to its peak in the 60s, have anything to say to this?
The civil rights to the young people now is a foreign word. What does it really mean to them? They don't have any knowledge about it.
The issue now is different, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm quite sure it is. If Martin Luther King were alive, he would.
And I think that's very important as well. We must know history. It is very important. Like I said, for all of us, we all learn, include myself. That's why we're doing this deep dive tonight, because she said something very important. All right. That's why we need to understand this Jim Crow and the Civil Rights Act and some of this stuff, because she said, what is civil rights? This is 86. You imagine today, I would say hardly anybody can even articulate this stuff. They don't know. They are just inherently free. They always been free. It's their right. But they don't even understand that not too long ago, that was not the case. And we must acknowledge it so that we can take life serious and quit acting like, I'm just here. This was always given to us.
There you go. Yeah, I tell you what, I'm starting to feel pressure on my chest to definitely teach my oldest kids more. Because you're right. The more I'm talking and I'm parenting, I realize if we are not telling them, if we're not teaching them, no one is, or the wrong person is. So
right.
That's one thing I'm realizing. So I know easier said than done. Shout out to all the working parents out there. Please, please, please help yourself, help the babies, help everybody. Spend some time with the kids, passing down knowledge, even if it's talking about war stories. It don't matter. Talk to the kids. They want to hear.
Coming over the Truth Over Lies and flipping this program on and walking it down and having the conversation. We are illustrating this stuff.
Here you go. There you go. Help out the parents, right? Sometimes as parents, we need help. It's weird, but it seems that sometimes if our kids hear, reinforced information coming from a stranger, it seems to hit a little harder. It's weird.
Yeah, and you guys are actually helping me, get a little bit of clout with my son, because he's like, oh, he'll listen to me. He acts like he doesn't listen to me, but if he hears me say something on the show or something, then all of a sudden, like he's like, okay, mom is cool because she can say it on the show. And I'm just like, okay, well, whatever works, whatever.
Yeah, see, because they don't believe you, Ebony.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm just talking mess.
Right. So, because now, like, if he's talking on the phone with his friends and they need advice about something, he's like, Mom, talk to this person or talk to that person. And I'm like, oh, okay, but I thought you didn't listen to me, but I'll take it however I can get it. But you guys see 1986, you see how not far away that was removed from the civil rights acts and stuff being passed. That's less than 20 years. And look how she's talking. She's talking like it happened in the early 1900s. That's so far removed. So it is up to us to teach our kids, because they're not going to learn it in school. A lot of things that were passed down to our ancestors was all oral traditions. We didn't have books and stuff back then. We just talked and told stories. That's how a lot of the things got passed down, and that's how a lot of our culture got preserved. So it's up to us. We can't rely on anybody else. It's up for us to build our kids' self-esteem, and for them to protect them when they go out in the world. No, you're more than a slave. I don't want you to just go out in the world letting other people tell you who you are. No, I want you to know who you are. I want you to know the spirit that you have that lives in you will allow you to be whatever and do whatever you want, because it's in you. So that's the kind of stuff we need to teach our kids, because if you don't know where you're from, you don't know where you're going.
Knowledge of self. If we don't tell our kids who they are, somebody's going to lie to them.
That part. Like we say, use these videos and walk it down slow. Y'all got the ability to watch this stuff back. Right now, we're doing a live stream. This is fast paced. We're giving it to y'all, but y'all can sit back and actually pause it and do some research and Google stuff, because we ain't got all the answers, but we're leading the way.
Amen. We doing it, baby. We building that, so you flying it, keeping the fight alive.
Yeah. And, she may not have had much, in 86 when this was filmed, but she definitely had that moisture for that Jerry curl, because the Jerry curl was popping back then. So shout out to her for keeping it
more. Could touch her scalp.
I'd be talking about the things I think he was talking about, labor and all that. I think he'd be talking about the black family.
And you're worried about the survival of the black family. You think it's precarious?
I guess it's going to be an endangered species.
The great source of American concern about the family during the early 1960s involved the black family. Daniel Patrick Moynihan had a report issued that described the state of the black family. And the picture that he drew frightened many Americans. It showed that upwards of 20% of black families had only one parent. It would keep poorer black Americans from participating in the mainstream of American life despite civil rights laws. And then when the riot broke out in Watts, later in 1965, suddenly everyone had their explanation for why the riot had took place. That it was somehow the breakdown in black family patterns that was the problem. And therefore, if we were going to stop riots in the future, we had to develop a whole battery of anti-poverty programs that would be aimed at trying to restore and reinforce poor families. And that battery of social programs became Lyndon Johnson's Great Society. After all, the overwhelming majority of black families in the early and mid-1960s had two parents. Most families were stable. Most children were growing up in two-parent homes.
I was going to say, that was just 20 years before. Go ahead, Amy. I'll let you go.
Yeah, and what he's saying, you guys, isn't true, because it wasn't the breakdown of families why people were rioting. It's because they lied to us and said that they were going to give us rights and didn't do it. That's why we were rioting and tearing up all over this country. So yeah, I'm gonna do some more research on this guy, but that is not the reason why we were doing what we were doing. It was because y'all lied. You guys reneged and said that you guys were going to give us our give us our rights and everything, and you didn't do it. It wasn't because the families were out of tact.
And he spoke something on the Moynihan report. I want to let this play again.
American concern about the family during the early 1960s involved the black family. Daniel Patrick Moynihan had a report issued that described the state of the black family. And the picture that he drew frightened many Americans. It showed that upwards of 20% of black families had only one parent. It would keep poorer black Americans.
Upwards of 20% of black families only had one parent. What does that mean?
Well,
you didn't say two parents?
See,
one parent. No, it's single mom households. He's talking about single mom households. They got one parent. The father is not there.
So upwards of 20% only got one black parent. I'm trying to get the context.
Percent of black families had upwards of 20% of black families had only one parent. It would keep poorer black Americans from participating in the mainstream.
Epidemic. This is the beginning.
Okay, so that was, we thinking like now when that's like 70, 80 is a high number. I guess back then that was a high number, no?
Yes,
Over
20% is staggering. 20% now at where it's at now. It's really, it should be unfathomable. Like where we are at today. Anything like what is it like? What's the tipping point? And it like 30-some%. We at like 50%. Where are we at now? Is it more? It's higher than 50.
Well, a lot of, like you said, it's across the board. We just happen to be in last place because, like I said, ain't about to be the all place, but all numbers are down. It's just ours are down the most. I want to say what 27% of melanated women are married and 31% of men. So it's low on both ends. We could just call it 30%. You know, it just is what it is.
Yeah, and I talked about the Moynihan and the report that he did, and that's when they came up with the benign neglect policy. And the benign neglect policy was created. They had a meeting or whatever, and they were trying to figure out, like I said before, why people were turning up, why the riots had broke out and everything. It was because you guys did not give us our rights. And so I didn't have anything to do with that. I'm pretty sure, but I'm going to do my research because it was all about, that's how they came up with the benign neglect policy. It was to talk around us and to never do anything exactly for us. So I'm going to look this up, but I'm pretty sure that it was about the benign neglect policy, not so much.
Look that up.
Yeah, not so much that.
Okay. So here we go. Yeah, we're going to have to do some research on that guy. I don't know about that colonizer, but let me get these super chats and we're going to get back into it.
They say look like Abraham Lincoln. Shout out to Postman. Appreciate you. Says, yes, Marquette King was the most recent kicker punter for the Raiders. Shout out to Postman, Mailbox Sports.
Yeah, I think he played for the Steelers too for a while. Could be wrong.
Okay.
But black punter.
We appreciate your Omni Design Studios coming through like you do. Says the Bad Bunny football halftime show was a perfect example of the individuals who feel inferior to melanin people. We have rhythm, culture, we are united, and we know how to dance. It's not surprising why the non-melanated people don't like us. No rhythm in the spine.
Yeah, and you guys know with the Super Bowl performances, the halftime show or whatever, that was actually created by Keenan Ivory Wayans. And during the Living Color era, back then they used to have like marching bands and stuff performing because people were going up to use the bathroom and getting snacks and everything. So Keenan Ivory Wayans was like, okay, well, send your audience over and we're going to do a Living Color special. And the ratings went through the roof. So the next year they had Michael Jackson perform. He did that legendary performance because the NFL was like, no, we're not about to just send you all of our listeners. So they got hip. So it was because of us and our ingenuity, Keenan Ivory Wayans, and all of our great performers like Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, all the great performers that we've had, which is why the show is the way it is. And Bad Bunny. Yeah. So that is history. That's foundational Black American history right there.
I had no idea. Shout out to the Wayans family. They now see, you want to know, everybody poke fun about the Wayans family, got their hands in everything. They remained a unit. They stayed down for one another with an extreme bias. Salute to that family.
And they put Jim Carrey on. Remember, he got put on with them too. One of the greatest actors of our time.
Amen.
Yes. So there we go. Yeah! Boom, and we got Jennifer Lopez, one of the greatest 304s of our time. I mean, so much greatness.
That's facts. One of the greatest. She got all the rings.
So we appreciate you, Omni, coming through like you do.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate you. Appreciate you, Sasha, becoming a YouTube member. Thank you, Sister Sasha.
Appreciate that.
Shout out to Rachel. Says show on NBC called Julia on 1968 to 1971. Sitcom starring Diane Carroll as Julia Baker. A single B nurse and mother started to glorify single mothers. Wow.
Back in the 60s. That's crazy.
Appreciate you, brother TJ at Through the Fire Podcast. Says Patrick Monahan report. I did a whole doctoral paper on this. I can speak to this and the data in it if you want me to. Yeah, I think we're going to drop the link, brother TJ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we will be dropping the link here in a few. You're definitely welcome to come up. Shout out to brother TJ. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! So here we go. We're going to keep it moving. I'm going to pull this up. All right, this is an old Muhammad Ali clip. Fair use. We're going to try to play it. Let's see what we got.
Get him.
I always wondered when I went to church on Sundays. I've always been one to, I'm not just a boxer. I do a lot of reading, a lot of studying. I ask questions. I travel these countries. I watch how people live and I learn. And I always ask my mother, I said, Mother, how come is everything white? I said, why is Jesus white with blonde hair and blue eyes? Why is the Lord's Supper all white men? Angels are white, Pope and Mary and even the angels. I said, Mother, when we die, do we go to heaven? She said, naturally we go to heaven. I said, well, what happened to all the black angels when they took the pictures? I said, oh, I know. If the white folks was in heaven too, then the black angels were in the kitchen preparing the milk and honey. She said, listen, you quit saying that, boy. I was always curious, and I always wondered why I had to die to go to heaven. Why I couldn't have pretty cars and good money and nice homes now. Why do I have to wait till I die to get milk and honey? And I said, Mama, I don't want no milk and honey. I like steaks and I said, milk and honey is a laxative anyway. Did they have a lot of bathrooms in heaven? So anyway, I was always curious. I always wondered why. You know, Tarzan is the king of the jungle in Africa. He was white.
Hell! Y'all don't want to play with the great Muhammad. Like I said, he can joke and banter, but yeah, Tarzan in Africa, the king of the jungle in Africa, white man. Come on, quit playing with it. Y'all know y'all can't survive in that heat. Nah, in them jungles? You crazy?
My gosh, stop. Man, that would have been straight. Never mind. I ain't gonna say what would have been. But that part, that's why I couldn't even watch Tarzan as a kid. The animated one with Phil Collins on the soundtrack. Dope soundtrack. But even as a child, I'm like, that ain't right. And he had locks. Y'all, American history is egregious as heck. This white, blue-eyed Tarzan in the middle of the jungle with apes got locks and fighting gorillas. Fake news.
Yeah, and let's not forget that Muhammad Ali, he stood on all sorts of business. He went and sat down in timeout in jail because he was like, I'm not going over to fight these wars. We got a war here that we're fighting. And just look at the imagery of this screenshot of just the white man is just looking in awe, at Muhammad Ali's charisma and his pizzazz and everything. And he was so charismatic and everything. So yeah, this just goes to show, how special and how great we are. And I love watching all the Muhammad Ali documentaries. And he taught us a whole lot. And he stood on all sorts of FBA business.
There we go. So even like you said, questioning everything, even back then when it wasn't cool back in the 60s and 70s, you're like, why is everything white? Jesus and Santa and all stuff we still ask to this day. He was asking 60 years ago.
Ali was on a top, and that's why today the news and media will never show Ali in his prime and the prime of his health. Now they always like to show him on the downslope of his health. I noticed that too. Yeah,
when he had the Parkinson's and all that.
Yeah, I realized that they always no show him when he was the greatest. Show him when he was the GOAT. They want history to remember him after the disease. No, remember him in his greatness.
Yeah, and remember he was he wasn't a humble fighter. He had confidence, and he was going up there. He was talking mess to his opponents. He had all the confidence and everything. And with the white culture, they don't like confidence. That's why they have such a problem with Dion and his boys and any other black fathers that try to put their kids on, with they tried to do that same stuff with Venus and Serena when they would go on interviews and ask why they were so confident and everything. And the dad was like, don't ask her that. She's confident because she's confident. And so they stood on all sorts of business, but they don't like confident black males. They're threatened by that.
I seen that, Sister Ebony. Yeah. So don't be asking her why she's so confident. They did the same thing to her. They did the same thing to Tiger Woods. Yeah, trying to kill your confidence. You might not win. Get ready to lose. Bull jive.
And Shal Daja says his mama called him Clay. Shout out to Cassius Clay. So changed his name. Shout out to the movie. I don't know if y'all ever watched it or did any research. Muhammad Ali, interesting brother. Like you said, very conflicted, being torn between a lot of stuff, just always trying to do the right thing and, in the limelight. Big old brother. He's like 6'4", big ninja, and like I said, I like the movie though. Pretty awesome take on it. And yeah, like you said, mama named him Cassius Clay, changed his name, Muhammad Ali, and a lot of history behind it.
He's a real man out here having his way. You're dealing with the trials of a ambitious, successful man. Yeah, Ali love the ladies.
White man. I saw this white man swinging around Africa with a diaper on, hollering. Oh! You all see Tarzan over here? Right, Tarzan? Yeah. And all the Africans, so he's beating them up and breaking the lion's jaw. And here's Tarzan talking to the animals, and the Africans been there for centuries, and he can't talk to the animals. Only Tarzan can talk to the animals. I always wondered why Miss America was always white. All the beautiful brown women in America.
And think about that. Hilarious. He like these Africans have been here forever, and they can't speak to the animals. But this white guy just show up, mystical powers. He can talk to the animals. Yeah, okay.
And locks. I'm stressing the locks. Like, y'all. It's just too much. It's comical, but it ain't funny because it's brainwashing, man. That's what it is. Imagery is powerful. It's all brainwashing. You dumb. Even though this is an alien land to this pale face, he's more. I don't even know if he's more acclimated to it than you are, because you're a savage and dumb.
Yeah, and just think about all the Egyptian stories, when they have all those movies and stuff portraying them and their blonde hair and blue eyes, and we already know that get down. Egypt is in Africa, and so when we're talking about ancient Egypt and stuff, before the Europeans and stuff came down, they were black. So it's right about the imagery. And then even with the statues of Jesus that they have in some African countries, they worship that, and just going back in time, we just know that just wasn't the case. We know that the people over there, they had melanin, it's documented. They had melanated skin. And so they were not the blonde hair, blue eye portrayal that they try to teach people today.
Miss America was always white. All the beautiful brown women in America, beautiful suntans, beautiful shapes, all type complexions, but she always was white. And Miss World was always white. And Miss Universe was always white. And then they got some stuff called White House cigars, White Swan soap, King White soap, White Cloud tissue paper, White Rain hair rinse, White Tornado flow wax. Everything was white. And the angel food cake was the white cake, and the devil food cake was the chocolate cake. I said, Mama, why is everything white? I always wondered, you know, and the president lived in the White House. And Mary had a little lamb, his feet as white as snow and Snow White. And everything was white. Santa Claus was white. And everything bad was black. The little ugly duckling was the black duck. And the black cat was the bad luck. And if I threaten you, I'm going to blackmail you. I said, Mama, why don't they call it white mail? They lie too. I was always curious. And then this is when I knew something was wrong.
So there we go. Shout out to Muhammad on they tops. Yeah, everything black is bad, white is good, angel cake, good, devil cake, that chocolate. Yeah. So like you say, it's the tongue, the words, like Mr. Walker telling y'all, stuff is powerful.
Yes, he was up here, he was teaching. You know, Ali, the power behind this is letting folks know you know. That's what it's all about. I know.
And think about that, because the audience is all white folks. We hear them laughing. The audience, studio audience full of white folks, a white host, and they just cracking up.
But they not laughing at him. That's what they not doing. Because this whole time they laugh, it's an awkward laugh. They got to. Like, he calling us out. This ninja really sees what we doing. And he calling out to our face. Okay. Beware. This is America. It's not cool. It's not fair. But I believe God is just, nevertheless, as a melanated man calling out the Viking man's evil ways. There's a cost to pay, as we always see.
Yeah, and what Muhammad Ali did, he was just saying what's been talked about in our, foundational Black American households. We talked about this stuff. We talked about how the whole black is bad and white is good thing. We were taught otherwise, but we knew that was something that they thought of. So, Muhammad Ali, he went on the national screen and just let it be known. Yeah, we understand the game. We get, what you guys are trying to do. And he's going up there representing, our race and letting us know, or letting other people know how great we are, and salute to him for that, because that was something that was already talked about within our households, and he put it on the big screen and put a battery in a lot of our backs to go off and educate ourselves and learn and figure things out, because this was not the popular opinion back then. They didn't want him coming up there and sharing that knowledge, just like, I think it was Richard Pryor. He went over to the pyramids in Africa, and he was doing like an interview. And as soon as they went to inside those pyramids and stuff, they cut the camera and they wouldn't let him record, because he was seeing all the stuff about, ancient history and how far back our lineage and everything went. So they only want you to know so much. And that's why it's up to you to educate yourself and to teach your families.
He made a skit about that. He walked in. He said, that looked like my Uncle Ray. That looked like Junebug. And then they closed the tomb on him. Say, whoa, you done seen too much.
There we go. So we gonna keep walking it down. We going here. We going to Boys in the Hood. I'm gonna try to play this. Fair use. Let's see what we got.
Uh-oh.
It's called gentrification. It's what happens when the property value of a certain area is brought down. They can buy the land at a lower price. Then they move all the people out, raise the property value, and sell it at a profit. And what we need to do is we need to keep everything in our neighborhood, everything, black. Black owned with black money. Just like the Jews, the Italians, the Mexicans, and the Koreans do.
Ain't nobody from outside bringing down the property value. It's these folks shooting each other and selling that crack rock and shit.
This was a classic movie. So here we go. He talking about gentrification. We need shout out to Lawrence Fishburne back in his day. Classic movie. I'm gonna have to watch this. I ain't seen this movie in years. Everything black, just like everybody else. We talk about this all the time. But this comes to group economics. Ain't nobody gonna be the owner. Like we say, who get the key? Who get the key to the store? Who get their name? Who get a plaque? Who get a statue? Y'all need to put y'all egos down. All right, it's bigger than you.
Back in the day, now that's why they would come out with different safes where you got to have 7 different keys just to get in it. Ain't no one leader. That'll never work. No, gotta have a governing system. Much easier said than done, but it's the only way. You can't have one person at the top. Never. It'll never work out. Shout out to the book Animal Farm. I'm telling you. But yeah, everybody got to get a key to open this safe, man. Ain't no one overall leader.
Yeah, and even but when before this, or maybe even it was around the time this movie came out and stuff, there were a lot of like Asian businesses being put in the hood, and a lot of East Indian businesses being put in the hood and stuff. And so they were the ones getting the business loans, and we would only be able to get loans, for like the liquor, like the liquor stores and like the things to keep the degeneracy and stuff within the culture or whatever. So that's something to look into too, because we weren't always given the opportunity to have the businesses, especially after the riots and everything that went on. A lot of the businesses and stuff went away after that. So something to look into.
Yes, that part. And that's why I say today in 2026, we might have to bypass the whole system and just come together. We got the money. We got spending power. We know we got spending power. It's just a matter of where we are allocating our funds. Like we really need to sacrifice, start to do susus or whatever the case, whatever we need to do to get some money in the pot and start to create infrastructure and, get our own bank or our own grocery stores or whatever.
And what does infrastructure look like? Those 3 non-noms we had on display with they 3 little, little houses up on the sticks. That's what it looks like. And a big old garden, greenhouses. That's the beginning. If we can feed ourselves food, water, that's a heck of a start.
Down. Just like the Jews.
Ain't nobody from outside bringing down the property value. It's these folks shooting each other and selling that crack rock and shit.
Well, how you think the crack rock gets into the country? We don't own any planes. We don't own no ships. But we are not the people who are flying and floating that shit in here. I know every time you turn on the TV, that's what you see. Black people pushing the rock. Yeah, I know. But that wasn't a problem as long as it was here. It wasn't a problem until it was in Iowa and it showed up on Wall Street where there are hardly any black people. Why is it that there's a gun shop on almost every corner in this community? Why? I'll tell you why. But a gun shop on almost every corner in this community. Why? I'll tell you why. For the same reason that there's a liquor store on almost every corner in the black community. Why? They want us to kill ourselves. You go out to Beverly Hills, you don't see that shit. But they want us to kill ourselves. Yeah, the best way you can destroy a people, you take away their ability to reproduce themselves. Who is it that's dying out here on these streets every night? Y'all. Young brothers like yourselves. What am I supposed to do? Fool roll up, try to smoke me? You're doing exactly what they want you to do. You have to think, young brother.
I mean, my God, these movies was, some of this knowledge, this stuff has been around. It's like we don't want to adopt anything. We want to have free will and do what the hell we want. We want to remove ourselves from any power, any godly power. Nothing can control us as a majority. It's like, because the knowledge is here. We know what the hell to do. That's the frustrating part. So, that's what frustrates me the most, man, with the ignorance.
Yeah, ignorance, number 1. Ignorance, ego, and pride. You heard that, brother. What I'm supposed to do? Somebody roll up, try to smoke me. That's a real question. That's one thing I've realized. That's a real question that he's really looking for an answer, because he don't know any other way. And then what am I supposed to do? He come up, if I retreat, I'm a coward and I become prey to my community. And you know what I'm saying? If I just stay inside and don't be outside, now I'm a lame and I don't get no women and my peers don't respect me. This is the wicked ecosystem in the hood. These are the worries of men. Like, I get it, been there, but it's just ignorance, ego, and pride. You got to get away from it. My saving grace, getting out of that madness, I was always desperately looking for better. Always. I never glorified this madness. You can't, in order to get out of it.
And he said something there. I'll get you in, Ebony. He said something about which is a double-edged sword, which hits to a lot of your points. And it's like the one guy said it's down, the community is down bad because these guys are, selling drugs and shooting each other. And then he said, well, we don't bring nothing. We don't own boats and planes. We don't bring this stuff. So it's a double-edged sword. I mean, you got to tackle both issues, right? We can't stop them from bringing it in. I mean, at least not to my knowledge, not us as a people. So what do we do?
Yeah, and even with this movie, we all know how it played out because Trey's dad, Lawrence Fishburne, in the movie, he was the only like positive male in the whole movie because everyone else was being raised by their moms and aunties and all that. And that's kind of why the neighborhood was kind of like in chaos and they were just kind of running the streets. But they always had respect for Trey's dad, Lawrence Fishburne, in the movie. And they always talked to him with respect and always came to him to get the knowledge and stuff. And so, having the men in the neighborhoods and in the communities was definitely going to help with situations like this and getting kids, on the straight and narrow because they actually had somebody positive to look up to. So that was a big thing about the movie too.
Well, there you go. Like I said, we're walking it down. Where we at here? We got a couple more clips here. It's about to heat up. We're going to try to drop the link for y'all. I know some of y'all definitely want to come up. We're going to go over here now. We got brother Tariq Nasheed. I see he going viral from the Grammys. Let's see what we got.
Thing I want to say, immigrants built this country, literally. So this is for them.
America's physical infrastructure was built on enslaved labor, not no damn immigration. Before mass immigration, all of that stuff began, the core economic foundation, ladies and gentlemen, of this nation, it was already laid. Foundational Black American labor, we built the roads, the ports, the plantations, the canals, the rail beds, the government buildings, entire cities across the South and parts of the North, ladies and gentlemen. And the wealth generated from our labor financed all the banks, all the universities, all the insurance companies, all the shipping industries. All of early industrialization came from foundational Black American labor. The immigrants followed the goddamn infrastructure. They didn't create it. Don't let these people tell that lie.
There we go. So these people have been at the Grammy. I don't know if y'all seen the Grammys, but I guess, a lot of folks been saying the same thing. Immigrants built the country. Even the mayor in New York was saying it. Mondani, yeah, immigrants built New York. Immigrants built this. No, y'all need to get it right. We were not immigrants. Most of us was here, and if we wasn't here, we was forced to come. So not the same.
I get it. See, shout out to brother Tariq Nasheed. Oh my goodness. Why do they continue to try to nullify our existence? What is it? What's going on? Can somebody give me an answer? I can't get a damn answer. Like, we didn't do anything. We literally built the White House. And
Yeah.
I think and repainted it. I think after it got burned down, like we did everything. Can we get any credit? Something. Anything, acknowledge us, but they can't, Ebony. As soon as they start to acknowledge us, there's a snowball effect that leads to reparations.
Right, exactly. And that is why it's important for us to have these conversations and for us to check people at the door when they come with that BS, because they also said that immigrants were responsible for hip hop. And we had to debunk all that. Like, it wasn't Jamaicans and it wasn't Puerto Ricans and all that. We started the genre of music. We actually started a lot of genres of music. So you have to check people because they just want to keep throwing things at the wall to see what's going to stick. But when we stand on our square and we come with the facts and we check these people at the door and we come with facts and receipts and everything, no, you didn't start this, and you're not going to claim all of the stuff that our ancestors went through. Why can't you guys just come over and pay homage to what brought you over here? And with your genre of music or whatever, it's because of us that you're even at this Grammy. So you can't just go and thank your ancestors and just disregard ours. Yes, your parents probably did sacrifice for you to come over here, and that's great. but let's just not act like that's what built this country. It was our labor that built this country.
So there we go. And the problem with that is right now, some of us are getting it confused. I don't know if y'all seen this, but these schools, they got these black kids trying to fight for the immigrants. Crazy.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Canton. I am the director here at the Chloe Day School here in Harlem, New York. As today is a national day of protest for all the violent things that we're seeing happening across our city, here at the Chloe Day School, we learn about service and acts of service from Martin Luther King. And so to end our month of service, it's too cold outside for us to go outside and protest. Our teachers cannot walk off the job and leave our children unsupervised. So today, we decided in solidarity, we will support all those who are out protesting against the violence that we see and the harm that we see happening to our friends. So some of our friends are going to share how they feel about what's happening and what they want to see happen in our government to change the harm that we see. So Sahad, how do you feel about what's happening?
I feel all of it.
Right, and how do you feel? What did you tell us earlier?
I feel angry.
Because you don't like to see what?
I don't like to see people are hurt or taken away from their family.
Right, and so...
Oh. Jesus Christ, have mercy. Can you imagine if your kids was in this class and they are trying to, she gonna say our friends. So our friends are the immigrants. They got these young black kids in here in Harlem protesting and advocating, saying we fighting. I mean, we got too much. There's too much going on. We need reparations. What the hell is y'all doing? Look at Ebony about to pass.
She said, hey, she asked that little poor baby, the precious children. She said, what do you feel, little baby? She said, I feel all of it. Like, they trying to coerce these babies into protests, and these babies like, can you put on number blocks, please, and thank you.
Yeah, y'all know if that teacher was at my son's school, oh, it would be up and stuck, and I would be on the national news. Because don't be using our babies for this BS. And here's the thing: there's nothing wrong with protesting, and there is nothing wrong with standing up for what you believe in and everything. But she's really going out of her way to do all this stuff for immigrants. What about all the stuff that we're trying to fight for? And they're talking about all the mistreatment of immigrants. What about the mistreatment of us? And you're not trying to get these other kids on board to try to fight for us. So the fact that she said, dear ancestors understood the assignment, she's not understanding what her ancestors did, because they were not only, just trying to, they did want to, immigrants to come over and all that, but that was not the only thing that they wanted. They wanted us to have our freedom. She's on some BS. She ain't under no instruction. She's probably lonely and single at home, probably has a little dog and no kids. And these are all her kids. She ought to be ashamed of herself. Gab, don't show me no more of this. This is too much.
Yeah, they putting the babies on the front lines, little baby soldiers. Go help the Somalis scam some more billions.
Isabel and Amadi, what do we want to say? Stop the
hating.
Right. Okay, and my last three, Faith, Mariama, and Raya, what do we want to tell people?
Enough, stop hurting people.
And what do we want to say as a school?
Enough is enough. Stop hurting people.
Ms. Shadira, would you like to share your thoughts?
My thoughts are, united, we're powerful, our words are strong, kindness is free. Let's do the right thing.
Miss Amy, would you like to share?
Just stop hating and be kind to one another.
Here at the Chloe Day School, we teach love, we teach kindness, and when we work together, we are a better world. Thank you. We're fighting with you, even though we're inside. Have a great evening. God bless.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts.
Listen, this is a nightmare. All right. And the problem is, a lot of these schools got a lot of Hispanic kids. A lot of these immigrant kids have entered into the school system and start tugging at the heartstrings of the school districts. because they are getting more money for having these kids. I haven't seen that at my kids' school. You'd be seeing, you know, like a lot of them. It's wild. You'd be like, where all these kids come from? So I know a lot of y'all probably seen more, depending on where you live at, you know. Yeah, it's a real thing. They are. So it's crazy.
Listen here. We listen. Like shout out to Ebony Dean. We done had these conversations up here on camera. We got to be active in your baby's education. Absolutely not. I understand some of these things. I'll never forget my oldest son come home and they start teaching them Greek mythology. And you know, and I'm like, who gives a rat's patootie? I'm like, whatever. Zeus and all this bull jive. I got some mythology for you too, but it's from yo folks. We got to counteract what they are doing. Counteract it, or you know, just completely nullify whatever miseducation they're trying to put in our kids. But we are the parents. Shut this ish down. Babies come home, oh, they got us about to march in the streets. No, the freak they not. We're gonna make some phone calls. We're gonna let them know that we are active parents and they can't do whatever the hell they want to do. That's what they can't do. That's power. Being present. You hear this bull jive? You want to know what you didn't hear? A man's voice. That's what you didn't hear.
Right. And this is how the lesson should have gone, because what she should have been teaching these kids is it's because of, you know, those black kids in the classroom, their ancestors fighting for immigrants to come over. And another part of the lesson is that there is a just due process, and you have to be legal when you come over here. You can't just come over here illegally. And for the ones who are here illegally, scamming and scheming, all that stuff is against the law. You will go to jail. You will get sent back. You know, we don't promote criminality or whatever. Not to say all the immigrants are, but they need to learn the real lessons. There is a process, and just because y'all, you know, the immigrants, you know, they don't have stuff popping in their own homeland and they can't get things rocking over there, it doesn't mean that they need to be dumped on us and they become our problem. These kids need to be taught about economics and how they're taking a lot of the benefits and stuff, and you know, a lot of our reparations and all that. That's what the discussion needs to be, not just feeling sorry for everybody, especially when they come over and disparage us and have such bad things to say about us. So she needs to reroute her lesson plans and her lesson ideas, because this ain't it.
Yeah, this is wild. I'm looking at that shirt here, and for her to come up here like she's, dear ancestors, I understand the assignment.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in
No,
you.
you didn't. What's the assignment?
Y'all too soft to understand the daggone assignment. Y'all too soft. Up here, we stand to this, and that's not the daggone assignment at all. Go out there, man. I'm listen, I can show y'all better. I could tell y'all, because this is annoying. Dear ancestors, shut up, woman. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the assignment is not to keep caping for everybody while your lineage and your people are continued to be left behind. That is not the assignment. That is not what our ancestors wanted us to do. They want us to fight for what we have, and you know, with whatever we have extra, we can help fight for other people, and we're going to fight for the ones who rock with us. But at this time right now, we're focused on our lineage. That's what our ancestors want us to do, not to keep caping for everyone else.
That part. And I was going to say, if you've been here watching this whole show tonight, as much as we have documented, you know this is blasphemy. What she got? I mean, come on now. We done been talking about Jim Crow. We went back picking cotton. We've been documenting it. This is not what the ancestors are talking about. I promise you.
Tell them, Kim Netta, your ancestors not my ancestors. They are those, sisters, so do better.
Right. And that's where that checking paperwork. I don't know, sister, where's your paperwork from? Where are you from with, you know, with these kind of thoughts and ideas? You know, we just need to check it out and see where her paperwork is from, because something is off, something is amiss.
Shout out to Rachel. Appreciate your sister. Says liquor was used often to trick melanated people to get on slave ships, and U.S. continue this today in melanated communities to hurt us. Yeah, it's so true. Alcohol, cash checking places, and dollar stores.
It's crazy, man.
Appreciate you, brother Richard. Says, not the assignment. You failed.
Failed. So she up here fighting for the immigrants to get status. Immigrants like Nicki Minaj. We was talking about this last week. Nicki, with the gold card and it backfired, and now Nicki in hot water to the point where I'm going to pull this up. Even some people that was riding with her, like good old Jasmine Crockett, she said, nah.
I wanted to ask about Nicki Minaj, because she's like, very in the news these days, has like, you're doing a face right now.
We don't mess with Nicki.
You don't mess with Nicki?
No, we don't mess with Nicki.
Did you used to mess with her?
Of course. I mean, you had to, but I will be clear, I have always loved Cardi more.
Okay.
And clearly my instincts were right to love on Cardi more than Nicki.
Totally. So you kind of flipped on her. What was the moment you decided that I just can't anymore?
I just don't do sellouts, especially in this moment, right? Like, things are too serious. There are too many people that are being harmed, and especially...
Well, I can't even get past her first comment with this Cardi and Nicki. Come on, sister. You're supposed to be standing on business, riding for us. You're a senator, black woman. Separate yourself from the ignorance as much as possible, is my theory. Why would you say you're riding for Cardi more? Cardi is a nightmare. She in the news right now for stuff. She's Cardi, a married woman pregnant by a man. Like, how can you ride for anything either one of them?
Because here we go. First, you heard her. She said, first, of course, she was riding with Nicki. Why? And her answer was because she had to. Listen carefully when folks speak. She said, we had to ride with Nicki. But now, since she has gone against vote blue no matter who, and i.e. the gynocracy, you out. Nicki's slight was to the gynocracy. That's why she like, absolutely not. Because the gynocracy and vote blue no matter who are one and the same. And then you got Cardi. Cardi has the same thing bad about the gynocracy. Matter of fact, she upholding gynocratic rule by being a raging harlot of a wife out here in these streets. So Cardi's up because Cardi has the same thing bad about women.
Yeah, and let's be clear with these two women, they are guests of the culture. They came over and got into the rap industry. They are not from the lineage, and they perpetuated a lot of stereotypes about our women. They do not represent me. Now, if you want to talk about a female MC, you can bring up Missy Elliott and how she changed the game with her dance. Her making beats with Timberland and her rhythm and rhymes and everything. That's a real MC. And so these plants and stuff that are put on here, Jasmine Crockett, she just doesn't want to be on that Tom Joyner one way that Nicki is about to be on when she gets shipped back to Trinidad. And if Cardi B doesn't clean her act up, she's going to be on the next one for the following year. So all y'all need to get in order. Stop trying to act like and trying to perpetuate us as such bad, women. You don't represent us. There are other women out here really doing things, and they don't have BBLs and CDLs and all these different things, and they're really putting on for the culture. So that's where I'm at with the whole Nicki and Cardi situation.
Amen.
With her being an immigrant, then deciding to go and cozy up to this administration that is specifically putting targets on the backs of immigrants and anyone who stands with them, even if they're U.S. citizens, they can catch a bullet. That is wrong, and I don't even understand how you can play with it and pretend like it's anything but wrong.
Why do you think she's doing it then?
Listen, I don't know if it's because she looking for some papers for some people, or if she's looking for them other papers, because I hear that she got family members that's got a few little issues, right? And so maybe she needs them other papers because he love to hand those out, usually at a cost, right? But going after people like Don Lemon, who I love dearly, just wrong. Like, she's just on the wrong side of history. So I hope that people remember all of this when she comes back and she's broke and she's begging for money and support, because something tells me MAGA ain't gonna do it for her.
If Nicki came out with a summer jam and you couldn't not bop your head to it, do you think you'd still have to turn it off when you're in the car and it came on the radio, or can you divorce those two things?
I think that there are plenty of people. I'll give you an example. R. Kelly, right? A lot of people took issue with R. Kelly. R. Kelly obviously is serving and doing his time right now, but something tells me that people are still bumping R. Kelly somewhere, somehow, right? I think that there are people that can divorce the art. For me, it is more so about your dollars. Are you going to support with your dollars certain things? Because it's the dollars that have given her a platform in the first place. Otherwise, Donald Trump wouldn't even know who she was. No one would know who she was, but for the dollars that were used to support her that allowed her to have the platform that she has. Do you want to continue to support or elevate a person's platform?
Well, you're being hypocritical. You just said you was a barb. You was riding. Those was your dollars. So stop the cap. All right. Can't talk out both sides of your neck saying stop supporting now. It's too late. She ain't good now. Y'all need to learn, like Ebony said, stop letting these plants come in and quit lifting them up and pedestalizing these people. All right. Know who the real ones is.
There you go. So quick to give folks a little trial run, little probationary period. What's wrong with y'all? Like, do y'all do this in real life? Like, I don't know about now. I don't come across too many folks all like that. But meeting new people, back in the day, like it was so long ago, meeting new folks, you on a probationary period. I might meet you. We can have a good time, good vibe, but I still don't know who you are. Especially on the internet, y'all don't even meet these folks in real life, and y'all put so much faith in them, especially a celebrity. Absolutely not. I never understood that. Like putting any type of weight on the words of celebrities that make songs like WAP and got multiple personalities. Y'all realize that for a while, Nicki was like 3 different people. Once she like some person named Raymond. I'm serious. Like after certain things, I can't take folks serious. She's speaking different tones, like she a dude, then she a girl.
Yeah, in those probation periods, Mr. Walker, we're giving you a day. You better show your paperwork because we're not playing with nobody no more. We're asking for paperwork. We're asking for lineage. And if you say some stuff that's out of pocket, you're out. We're not playing these games anymore. And she's trying to compare Nicki Minaj to R. Kelly. Let's be clear. R. Kelly was in the game for 30 plus years. He was a producer, songwriter, everything, performer, all that. Nicki, you came over and bit off the culture. You made your money. Now go back to Trinidad and make something shake over there. But you're not going to compare her to our icons. Now, this is going to be controversial or whatever. We understand that he is locked up. He is locked up for the Mann Act. That is basically flying girls out, okay? And he's not in jail for all of the egregious stuff that has been portrayed upon him. He is in jail for the Mann Act. So if we can separate the crime with actually what is happening, that does not take take away from the man and his contributions to the culture. So those two are not the same.
There you go.
Yeah, like you got to be able to separate the art. Same thing with anybody. Michael Jackson, anybody you might have an issue with, you can't take away, especially FBA, you can't take away the contribution because that's what they try to do. They erasing enough of our damn history. So yeah,
that's my number one reason why I say stop nullifying our folks. We are. I think y'all said in the chat, part of the Willie Lynch doctrine. We ourselves, we're eradicating our own history by demonizing our own people and allowing other outside forces to do it. Yeah, rest in peace to Michael Jackson. As soon as he passed away, the surviving Neverland Ranch. Hush up. My gosh.
Yeah, and they're still talking bad about him to this day. They just won't let that man rest. Why? Because he was a great foundational Black American performer who stood on lineage business. He didn't do interviews with certain white publications, because of how he was portrayed in the media. Y'all do your research. Michael Jackson stood on all sorts of FBA business, and so did his family.
Latest rumor, which I believe is Michael Jackson was trying to save kids from the X-Files.
Exactly.
And that's why that's why they start to demonize him, call him Jacko. Y'all remember that? They call him Jacko. He was trying to uncover some stuff. They said, we got you. Now we're going to make you insane. And they started doing all this wild stuff to him. Michael just trying to save the babies.
Yeah, and he knew what was going on those islands, which is why he created his own fortress of his own. I don't want y'all to go over to the X Island. Come over here and ride on these, these rides and spend the night over here. And he didn't have a childhood, so he was really like a kid, a kid at heart. And so he didn't mean any harm by those kids, because even the ones that came out and said the egregious stuff, they came out and said, my parents made me say this stuff later on after they got their money and stuff. So I do believe, Michael Jackson was for the kids, and he just wanted to see his people do great. And unfortunately, he was portrayed in that way.
And I was gonna say the net of it, yeah, they can't erase our history. We can't allow it because they don't erase their own damn history. Like you said, white folks got their own atrocities. They still celebrate, Elvis Presley. They still celebrate Thomas Jefferson. All these horrible people that did horrible things. All right, Ben Franklin and Christopher Columbus. You can keep going down the list. So you ain't about to erase our damn history.
Hey, thank you, Doc. As melanated folks, the moral compass on us is so much heavier than theirs. You know what I mean? Like I said, what's this goofy Elvis Presley? Boo! That ninja was out here straight PDF file, straight up, straight. It's documented, and it's like, oh, it's cool. He's the king of rock, bull jive, horned up freak monster.
Who's then going to turn around and do things that are demeaning to us as a society.
It's interesting to me that like she's like the mega hero right now, but she's not included in their halftime Super Bowl show. You know how they're doing a Turning Points halftime show? Kid Rock is headlining. I assumed that Nicki was going to headline, but she's not even on the bill. It's a surprise. Why do you think Nicki's not on there?
She may now understand her place as it relates to MAGA, but maybe she won't. Who knows?
So there you go. She understands her place. So now, like you said, Nicki, effed around and found out. You got your ninja wake-up card. You're welcome.
Shout out to Nicki and that one-way Tom Joyner trip. You killing me, Ebony. So that's it. Ebony put y'all in columns. If you lucky, you get the two-way Tom Joyner trip. That means you can come back. But that one-way, boy, yeah, it's bon voyage forever.
Yeah, go back and make your homeland great. Go do some things over there, And this is the thing. This is what always happens. They come over here and leech off of our culture and everything, make their money, and then they go back and totally just disregard the people that actually put her on, because we were the ones, supporting you when you first came out and everything. And then you go back and you say the things that you say. It just goes to show that, it's all about money, and you're forgetting your base. It's kind of like with Kanye West and all the things that he has going on now. You're forgetting who actually supported you and who continues to support you. But that support comes to an end when you're doing things like this. We don't have to support you. We don't have to put you on, and we don't have to have you in our culture. So go back to Trinidad and make something shake, since you're so talented and you're so whatever. Go do that over there and leave us alone.
There you go.
Appreciate you. Richard Media says, excuse my spelling, I'm still triggered. Appreciate you, OG Richard. Appreciate you coming through this evening. Says Michael Jackson single-handedly saved MTV from bankruptcy with that Billie Jean video and Thriller. Yes, I seen a little documentary on that as of lately. That's a fact. Shout out to that. That was a dope video.
Yeah! So here we go. Speaking of T-Money, y'all see the tweet this week. So I guess we here now. We at this point. Yeah, I think we put out a video on it, but it's a lot. All right, a lot of people. We're going to walk this down. We're going to start here. All right. Y'all know about the tweet. Shout out to this brother. I forget this brother's name. He be putting out videos. I got to get his name, but we're going to walk through this.
I posted a photo of the Obamas as apes. Your motherfucking mama a monkey, nigga. That's why the loose skin under your chin look like a Thanksgiving turkey. Gobble, gobble, neck ass, nigga. Sucking on Bubba Dick on Epstein Island. And that's why your male or the wife flop-umentary got a 10% on Rotten Tomatoes. You motherfuckers is untalented, unattractive, and unintelligent. And hey, let's keep it a buck. If you ever got my fucking face talk about it's just politics, people are entitled to their opinion. You don't really think every Republican is a racist, do you? I do, yes, I do. I literally do. Because even if you're not posting black people as monkeys, the fact that you're okay with it for a fiscal or a religious reason means you have no concern for my humanity. They're not the only racists, but they're a guarantee. And all of this shit is a grand design. In the new Epstein files, Epstein sends Peter Thiel an email, excited about Brexit. He says, Brexit, this is just the beginning. Peter Thiel says, of what? Epstein is like, a return to tribalism, the end of globalization,
It's easier to buy something on its way to collapse than it is to find the next bargain. That shit just gave me chills. This is a clearly defined, orchestrated plan to push us into race-based, nationalist infight. Epstein literally laid this plan out to the founder of Palantir, the spy tech AI company powering ICE. They got all the ICE contracts. They're making crazy bread off of racism and fear, doing exactly as they plan, make us hate each other so they can profit from the collapse of society. And as far as the monkey image, I don't think enough people know that eugenics was a widely accepted science. It was basically the science of racism. They used false experiments to more or less show that Africans were closer to primates on the timeline of evolution and that Europeans were a more evolved, intelligent species. That's what Trump is doing with this image. I mean, that nigga is an ape, though. He sees it to this shit. It's like he's smart for an ape. But on a larger level, it's a global plan to incite conflict and profit from the chaos. And I feel like falling for it. I want to smack a motherfucker.
Oh, here we go. That was his take on it. You know, I like he went through the whole eugenics. He got some receipts here. What you got, Mr. Walker?
You know, we talked about this earlier, and like I said, we shouldn't get too triggered by stuff like this because the conquering folks that write history always gonna write it in their favor. You know, I remember learning about the Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon man, and he was told to be all crude and barbaric and not very smart. As soon as some Swedish or white scientists found out that the Neanderthal was closely related to the white man or the European, they said, you know what? A Neanderthal was kind of intelligent, actually. They just started rewriting things and make it more beneficial to them. Yeah, Cro-Magnon man is supposed to be his own separate species, separate from us. And they said, wait, actually, that was white folks. So, you know, he wasn't dumb. He was smart for his time. So they're going to do what they're going to do. Stuff like this, like the brother said, white folks are more associated or directly related to primates via DNA and genetics, not us. So this should just go off our backs. But like I said before, this imagery also was connected to them hanging us and deleting us. So every time they called us monkeys, it wasn't just light jokes. No, they were causing, they would torture and victimize us. That's why it's so bad.
Right. And to be honest, you know, we talked about this I think in the Patreon or whatever. It's no question that these people are racist. We knew that that Donald Trump was racist. He's never portrayed himself not to be racist. So things like that don't surprise me at all whatsoever.
He did come out the other day. He says, I'm the least racist president y'all ever had, though. I'm the least.
Right. And that's because he probably, you know, he doesn't have slaves or anything. Like when we're talking about things from a perspective, it doesn't matter who was more. Y'all are all racist, and that's just what it is. So, you know, with this, this doesn't trigger me because I prefer for the white supremacists to be honest about how they feel. I would prefer you to be upfront and honest of what you think of me than for you to sugarcoat things and lie to my face. Be upfront with it so I know exactly where you stand and exactly how you feel about us, and then I know how I can move after that. But don't try to lie to me or don't try to act like you really rock with us when you don't. So again, like Mr. Walker said, you know, they are definitely more closer to the primates. The thin lips and under all that brown fur is white skin. So y'all resemble that more than us, you know, regardless of whatever they may think of us. So family, stay focused. We have bigger fish to fry than to be worrying about what Trump is thinking about the Obamas, which we don't really rock with either. So
exactly, just a diversion.
And here we go. We got somebody coming out. And they say they ain't got no problem with it. Hit the like button.
I generally don't ask questions this way, but I just have to because to me, it's so obvious. Explain to me how this is not racist.
Well, first off, I think it's racist just to assume that apparently black people own looking like monkeys. Apparently, we're just supposed to own it. So if someone says we look like a monkey or that they put us on a monkey body or like what they did with the advertisement where the black kid had a monkey outfit, uniform on, just like the white kids did, It's somehow racist. So blacks should view themselves as monkeys. And anytime someone calls us that or puts us on the head of a figure, that we're supposed to be immediately outraged that this person is doing this. And let me explain to you.
Tommy, I'm sorry, I can't just let that go without asking you something. Have you learned anything or studied history in this country around slavery and the depictions of black people in this country during slavery?
No, I have. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you know that was a common thing to equate black people to apes or monkeys. And usually it was a reference to they came from Africa, so they must be apes and monkeys. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, well, the idea of they came from Africa, there's a lot of animals that came from Africa. As a matter of fact, all of the ones that were depicted in the video, you guys didn't show the whole
Tommy,
video.
come on,
Biden
man.
was also a monkey. Well, Biden was a monkey in the video too, so why aren't we outraged? As black people, we have carte blanche to call anybody anything we want. And I'm from the South.
That's not true. That's not true.
Who can't we call a name? Y'all have had people on your show that call white people aliens, that call white people devils. No one gets in trouble on national television for calling a white man a devil.
I mean, a devil is not a bad person. A devil doesn't equate to race. It equates to character.
No, we actually, if the person beside you would tell you the truth, we actually believe that the white people are devil, and many believe that we're aliens.
So, listen, TMZ must be going bankrupt. They desperate for views and clicks. They done brought this ninja up here. Here he go. He said, ain't nothing wrong with it. All right. Yeah, he said nothing wrong with it. Here we go. What y'all got?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You know, we are having a proper discussion, right? He's saying we shouldn't be triggered by it. We are saying the same thing. However, we ain't following up with that context. Don't be triggered by it because this ain't us. You know, he is nullifying that's what the TMZ reporter said. Do you not realize what this imagery is connected to? The treatment is connected to? And the brother Tommy like, it's a disconnect here. I'm not too familiar with the brother. I know Leon King is a big fan, but I don't know. What you think, Ebony?
Crispy. He's just mad because everybody was calling him crispy for so long. So yeah, TMZ, I don't know what they got going on. They had Glow's family up here. Now Tommy, this is the thing. Tommy is going to say anything to get a rise out of people. He's always trying to go against, the norm or whatever. And for all of the listeners out there, when we talk about tethers, these are the tethers among our lineage, is the coons like Crispy Coon Tommy. We don't rock with him. We call our coons out. Tommy is a disgrace. I think he started off with the manosphere and putting a lot of stuff on with the manosphere, but then he just went totally coon with it, and we really don't rock with him, and we don't back what he's saying at all. So TMZ, I don't know if the numbers are down or what y'all got going on, but this is Black History Month, and y'all are starting it off all wrong with having these people come up here. They're like the dregs of our culture coming up here and trying to speak on our behalf, and we don't rock like this. Tommy's thoughts ain't my thoughts or nobody's thoughts. So there it
Pure
is.
shock jockery. I agree. I don't know what's going on. Like, yeah, TMZ, like since Black History Month, and that's what it is. Shock jockery. Anything that's going to be a pattern disrupt, no matter how egregious or salacious it is, let's do it.
So here we go.
I'll give you.
Tommy,
No, hold on. I can give him an
this
example.
argument, Tommy. Don't put me in your. I'm not trying to.
Well,
I'm not shoulder to shoulder with you.
You asked me though, but you asked me if I knew a historical context, and so when I give you
Well,
one back,
we were talking. You're trying to talk about calling white people devils. No one's saying that that's okay, but that is a different thing than what we're talking about.
What I'm trying to say is, as a black person, I refuse to believe that every time I see a depiction of a monkey and a white person doing it, I'm supposed to be outraged and automatically just upset. So I'm just agreeing that this is the depiction of me and my people.
It's so ride or die with certain people in Trump's camp that can't you bend the knee on one issue and still be a Trump supporter? Isn't this just one too far?
Oh, no, listen.
And I hit on this a while ago. It's Trump derangement syndrome. It's on both sides of the aisle. So people, it's not just the people that's, they can say Trump got the cure to cancer. People say, wow, we don't want it because Trump found, that's that side of it. Then it's this side of it that he can do no wrong, Trump derangement. So it's all toxic as hell. I don't know what's wrong with folks.
Tommy toxic. Is he up here with a hockey jersey on and a cowboy hat? Like he might as well have on a MAGA hat. Like, hey, Tommy Wild, man. I don't know nothing about this brother.
Yeah, and everybody just stay focused. Stuff like this that comes off, these are like Democratic tactics to try to get us to not go on the Republican side and go back over to the Democrat side, because they know we're not really rocking with them. And what they fail to realize is we're not rocking with either one of y'all unless you guys are coming up with tangibles and reparations, and that's how you're going to get our vote. So by you trying to highlight Trump and doing this monkey thing or whatever, that's not going to get us back on the Democratic train. So just beware of all the tactics that they're going to be trying to use, because they're trying to pull it out from everywhere just to try to get us back on board. But it's not going to work. We're already on code. We're already focused, and it's no tangibles, no vote.
Amen.
I am one, if you watch my show, I criticize him as well. I think the people who support someone the most should be the ones that are most critical of them. Should he have posted this as a president? I think 100% not. There's a lot of things that he does as a president that are unprecedented.
We saw Tim Scott be able to say this is wrong, and I'm not sure why you can't say this was wrong.
Well, first off, again, when they use the word racist versus wrong, they're two different things. When I hear the word of racist, I'm supposed to just be a frayed Klan member. And you have to understand, I've been black my whole life. And unlike you, I've been
that makes two of us.
I was going to say, but unlike you.
So now we're going to do colorism?
I was going to say, but
now
unlike
we're going to do colorism?
I've been dark. Wait, but unlike you, wait a minute. But unlike you, I've been dark skinned my whole life. And you know what I've been told? You know what I've been told by black folks? That same monkey, crispy, blackie, midnight, smokes, and all these words are supposedly okay that black people use against their own people. When you're trying to insult someone, you go towards things that they don't like. I don't agree with the fact that we can say, well, we can diss these people and that diss is okay. But that diss is a diss too far. Because when we diss this man, and we call him an orange orangutan, but that's okay for us to call him that because he's supposed to be accepted. I think insults either need to stop or be accepted all the way around. There's no way for me to tell you, you should have a governor on what you say to me, but I don't have a governor on what I say to you.
Fair, but he is kind of orange. And he can say it. And he can say that. And he can say that.
Listen, it's a lot here. Like you say, a couple things is true. I mean, one thing about it, you can earn a reputation. Now, if somebody just, is saying it, unwarranted, that's one thing. But, I don't know much about the history of Tommy, but from what we have heard, he has earned a lot of his reputation. So there won't be any sympathy reserved for you. We talk about this all the time, Mr. Walker. Who is sympathy, empathy, and all this grace? Who is it reserved for? The humble and the meek and those type of people, but not folks like you.
Absolutely not. If you are loud and proud, remain loud and proud whenever the chips fall. Plain and simple, because ain't nobody gonna give a dang about your tears. They're gonna fall. They're gonna fall on the ground, and anybody gonna give a dang. Shout out to Tommy. Yeah, it is. I don't know. I ain't never seen. I've seen the brother Tommy on a couple panels. Shout out to the brother Fatty. Seen him over there. I never seen him smile this much. I'm gonna say that. I don't think I ever seen this ninja's pearly whites. But he up here on TMZ, he's smiling and grinning. I ain't never seen him smile like this. Interesting. Very, very interesting. He seems to be a lot more pleasant in front of his light-skinned buddy and white man.
Yeah, and one thing to remember about our culture, everybody gets roasted. We've come up here, we've all gotten roasted at some point for something. So that's a part of our culture. But when Tommy started coming with his, his anti-black sentiments and everything, talking about black women horribly, remind you, very horribly talking about black women and all the different things that he was saying, that's when he became crispy. People were actually rocking with him, and then people were digging up his past and pulling up his paperwork. I know Tariq went in on him. I know Kwame Brown went in on him at some point and everything. So he got exposed. And it's whenever you come and you go against, you do that the tethering and stuff, and you go against the population and whatever, and you say derogatory things, that's when you lose your audience and they do turn against you, and he is the recipient of it. So he's coming up here. I'm not saying that everything he's saying is wrong, because we've already said we're focused on the bigger picture, so we're not so mad about, the ape stuff or whatever. But Tommy is coming up here, just to be on camera and to say the egregious stuff, and people don't take him seriously anymore because of all the stuff that he's done in the past. So it is what it is. And it's not a flex to be on TMZ, y'all. Like, let's just be clear. That is a tether, organization or whatever, and they exploit our culture and they exploit the people of our culture and our stories and everything. So just watch out for the things that they broadcast on their channel too.
There you go. Yeah, they just like Vlad, pure exploitation that they don't matter what cost. Vlad be having them brothers up there snitching on themselves. But I see folks in the chat saying that Kevin Samuels used to watch and support Tommy. Shout out to Godfather. Kev was big on no beef. So that's one thing I really want to point out in this space that folks seem to forget. His number one thing was no beef, no mess, no drama. If you don't like someone, you ain't got nothing nice to say. Don't say nothing at all, especially with folks of our kind. So that's why I don't know if you guys know, I ain't too quick to say anything, that's divisive, and I don't project on anyone else. But we, as much as we can, just because I may not agree with the brother Tommy, don't mean I hate him. Like you said, Ebony, there's some things he said, maybe some truth in there, but that don't mean I don't have to hate him. Don't mean I want to go have a cup of coffee with him either.
There we go. So yeah, that's something that me and Mr. Walker definitely try to practice more and more in our older age. All right. We was younger, we might have been, more iron fists, more staunch, but now we can be more benevolent, if you will.
There you go.
But other than that, we ain't so benevolent that we can't put this ninja in the pit. Tell you that.
Oh, that's where he goes to go.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
No, they won't. I don't know who said. I think it was a Man Evolve. Yeah, there is no going back to anything. We have to adapt to what we have now. And we got something. We do. I told y'all, man, train your algorithm. Don't allow, the internet AI and algorithm to be a curse. Make it be a gift. Train it. You can learn and educate yourself, man. That's me and my son, my oldest son. We doing this thing. I got all these reels. I call it flight school. I want us to learn how to, fly some little airplanes and stuff. But all my algorithm, all it is homesteading, trying to learn how to cook at flight school. Train your algorithm.
That part. So here we are. We'd have made it to the back end of the show. We was going to drop the link, but it's getting kind of late. All right. I don't know how Mr. Walker feeling. I got some. I know the babies is calling, so.
Yeah, I'm listen here. I want no smoke. I know all y'all was triggered in the chat.
Though. We can table this. We did this. We got to table it. All right, y'all got to understand. It's been a lot tonight.
There you go.
Overwhelmed.
Baba T, Rachai. I know y'all just get ready for next time. I know y'all about ready to blow a gasket, man. But yeah, soak it. Let it soak in. Let emotions die down. That's what we guilty of, right? Because, I never forget my first time seeing Django. My first time, here's the setting. I'm chilling with my buddy Terrence. He plays for the Indianapolis Colts. We stand at his big fancy place. And we just, part 2 coming. And we chilling. And he say, we about to watch Django, Ebony Dean, and Hidden Colors. So we sit there. First we watch Hidden Colors, then we watch Django. I wasn't allowed outside for 2 days because I was for sure go choke somebody.
So we say that to say we took in a lot. I think it's time for a lot of us to sit back and chew on this for a while because we digested a lot of information. We really need to have a pause for the cause and really take this in.
Woosah, at least a woosah moment. Because I know half y'all already pick up torches and pitchforks. We passed. We ain't going back to that. We gotta be smarter. They thoughts ain't our thoughts, and that's a good thing. Let's use our unique thoughts for our good. This fight is more mental, not so much physical anymore. It's not, right? That's what they want. Oh my goodness. They wanted to get rid of our brain and keep the body. That was the slave doctrine. Get rid of the brain, keep the body. We can't be out here trying to fight like brutes anymore. Got to use the mind.
Yeah, and let's also use all the things that we talked about tonight. I know I'm going to look into the Moynihan, and I think there was one other thing that I wanted to investigate and, do more research on. But just to remember how great our people were, like all the stories and articles that we covered today, it just showed our resilience and how great we are, and the spirit that we have. Like that's something that can never be broken. That's something that they'll never be able to break about us, is our spirit. And our ancestors live in us, and we are the heart and soul of this country, and our soul food and our soul music and everything. We are the heart and soul of it all. So we can just remember our greatness as we navigate through our Black history, and as we're learning about all of the inventions and creations and things that we came up with. I think that's important, and also to remember, as both sides, Republican and Democrat, are putting out stories and trying to distract us. Let's keep away from these distractions. All the Cardi B leaving the Super Bowl early, and Nicki Minaj, and she's on her one-way boat ride back to Trinidad and all that. Those are all distractions. The Djibouti guy and people trying to claim all the things that we have, those are all distractions. We have to stay on lineage business. We have to stay focused on our reparations and fighting for our country, and to not to let the distractors and the distractions take us away from that. And that's something important that we can take away as we go through the next week, and also teach your kids about their history, and talk to your elders. And there's a lot of oral traditions that can still be taught, but Black history is not just 1 month, it's every day, and this is something that we can do every day, and things that can be talked about. So thank you for having me. Y'all know I love talking about stuff like this, and I love to learn, so I appreciate you both.
Hey, shit, Sister Ebony D, man. Stuff like this, you definitely help encourage conversations like this. Appreciate all that you bring to the space, sister. But that oral traditions, there you go. That's part of our culture, part of our power. We are storytellers. My brother Terrence, I can't wait till him to come on the internet. I keep telling him that. I say, you are one of the greatest storytellers I know. I pale in comparison to this brother. He just got to get more comfortable on camera. I don't know why he played in the NFL of damn years, but that oral tradition, that's our power. Pass that on. Those stories. Sit down. I'm always saying that. These post sisters don't know how to do their hair, don't know how to clean themselves. That's supposed to be a whole daily event. You sit down with your mama and Gam, they're going to show you the products to put in your hair. They're going to show you how to clean yourself, how to take care of yourself. It's empowering. It gives you that gravitas coming through life, but that's gone. Those oral traditions, passing. I'm learning on the fly. Gavin X and I, we grow up with our fathers, so a lot of stuff we are literally learning on the go. We are learning as situations arise. Okay, what is this I'm seeing here? Then we attack it, and we get the data, we share it, and we move forward. But we gotta talk. Communication is key. Amen to you, sister.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point this out too. With your kids' schools, just be cautious, because they're trying to all lives matter Black History Month, and having it included immigration and all that. And so just teach your kids to be proud of who they are, and to stand on lineage business, because that's something that they can do at school while all these things are going on. That's something that my son is he's working on at his school, is keeping it about our Black history, and like this is something that we have, and it's not going to be infiltrated by all this other stuff. Like you guys can have your own month to do things. So it's important for our kids to know, and so they can stand up and be proud and not be nervous, and when they're in classrooms and they're learning about slavery and stuff. No, be proud and stand up and be like, but you know what, we were in slavery, but my ancestors got up off that plantation and we did X, Y, and Z. That's what these kids need to know, and to be proud of that, because not all of us stayed, in bondage.
That's it. That is the number one thing I think we need to teach as far as knowledge of self, Sister Emily Dean. Our history for sure as hell did not start and sure as heck did not stop at slavery, Jim Crow, and Willie Lynch. That no, but too many of us think that, and there's no power there. There's no power in that thought. Slavery, oppression, it makes you feel meek. No, but when you, like you said, tell the whole story, tell the story of our freedom fighters, tell those stories so they say, okay, we went through hard times, but we made it through. So to some degree, shout out to Miss X, to some degree, that makes me better. To get to where you are, I had to come through much more doo-doo and gunk. Does that not make me more fit, more equipped? Yes, it does.
Yeah, and that's why my son's history teachers, they don't like me, but that's okay, because I'm going to tell the truth, and my son's going to know the truth, and he's going to have his own questions in class and challenging some of the things that you're trying to teach, and that's important for them to do, for them to know their history, their real history.
They may not like you, but I bet they respect you. F like we parents, you respect us as parents. You gonna know that we know. Yeah, you ain't got, when they like you, that's kind of a problem.
That part. So yeah, we got to educate ourselves so that we can educate the babies. Equip your kids with all the knowledge. It's exciting. It should be an exciting journey for any parent. I know, for myself personally, teach your babies. Can't wait. Teach them everything I know and keep learning stuff. And I feel like my kids gonna have superpowers. So I don't know. We're gonna see.
Same here. Actually, they will. It's built into them. Don't get me started now. Yes, they very much shall. Man, listen here. You're gonna get me on the high horse right now. Everything that we do from this moment forward, there's a ripple effect in effect, Mr. X. For sure, right on. Yes. I love, I take my kids to school. I be talking their ear off. I just talk. This is how I talk to y'all. I'll just be talking to them. I address little things, let them know how to deal with their peers, teach them things in their early teens that we learned in our 30s. That's the superpower, Mr. X.
Especially the little babies. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think the smaller babies gonna have even more because they getting us in older age. I would hate to be, raising kids, 20 years old. It's going to be all brute, be trying to get you into sports and all that type of stuff. But older age, you got all this wisdom, don't recommend being parents older age. All right. Old folks, do it young, but you gotta, it's a different experience. I'll say that.
There you go. I remember talking to my oldest son. I said, your experience compared to your youngest sibling is much different. My oldest son, he's seen some things. He's seen some transition in our family where the youngest, all they gonna really know, is a more solidified union. You see what I'm saying? And I love that. So to my oldest, he know a little bit of my dirt. That's my road dog. But the youngest, I'm a superhero. They never see me stumble. My oldest see me stumble a little bit, but the youngest, no. See, I love that dynamic, man. It's amazing just realizing. That's why parenting is dope, man. It's super dope when you have the ability to be active and present. That's a big thing. Is shout out, and my heart goes out to the parents that, must work long hours. They can't be there with their kids. I can imagine some of these conversations can be a little bit triggering. I remember, there was a time where just to maintain a family structure, my wife and I, we were ships passing in the night. She's working 9 to 5. I'm working 6 to whatever. Barely see each other. Can't afford daycare. Come on, somebody better talk to me. But yeah, keep working, keep grinding, and make the kids a priority.
There you go.
Appreciate you, OG Richard. Says Gavin X knows what he is doing. Yeah, table this. Let me calm down and review my notes. We're talking specifically to you, OG.
There we go. So next show, we're just going to pick up where we left off. It might be all open panel next show, just from the giddy up, and we're just going to get into it. I see Brother TJ.
Yeah, TJ says, dang, this is my last free night for about 5 months. Come on, brother. Says, y'all been cooking. I was ready. TJ, stick with us, man.
Yeah, because I know TJ has some intel, like say on the Moynihan report, and
appreciate you, brother TJ. Says Patrick Moynihan report from 1965 wasn't a prediction, it was a spoiler.
So that's all, TJ. Just save y'all notes. All right. We ain't gonna forget about y'all.
There we go. Appreciate you, Vicky. Says watch Mandingo, drum, and goodbye, Uncle T. Watch Mandingo. That's a movie.
Okay. Noted.
Money. Appreciate you, Baba T. Says me too, Rachai. A people without knowledge is like a tree without roots. Man, with this is SBC gospel. Yes, that's why we got to know our roots. We are but flimsy loose trees blowing in the breeze. But when we know our roots, where we come from, who we are, where our power comes from, that's how we begin to truly grow. Y'all ain't trying to hear us.
And Baba T dropped a $5 cash out. He says Michael Jackson had a lot of masters from A through Z.
Yeah. And it showed Baba T. You seen they crucified them. Yeah. There's no way you're going to become the pop icon legend that he became without the powers having their claws. And it is what it is.
Yeah, he bought up everybody's masters, even the Beatles. And he was trying to put them on like, y'all need to buy this. And they didn't do it. So he bought it. Eminem was calling him out in his music. He bought Eminem's masters. Michael Jackson was about his business. So shout out to him. And we remember him on months like this and everything. So
amen.
He was dope.
Yeah! Appreciate you, Dark Man Jeff. Says, I remember watching Roots for the first time when I was a teenager. I was mad at every white person I saw for a solid 2 weeks. That's why I can't watch the movies no more. Yeah, because I'd be mad for real, man. I'm an a-hole.
Yeah, and that's why we've kind of replaced some of those movies with movies that are enriching our culture and just not talking about all the beatings and everything. Like, there's more to it than that. So we just need to focus on those movies. Yes, they are a part of our history or whatever, but there, people made other documentaries and things that really highlighted our accomplishments and everything, and to kind of offset, because there was so much negativity in the media and in movies about our history, which is only part of the history, because there's a whole nother part that wasn't talked about. And now we have exposure to that. So that's a good thing too.
There we go.
Appreciate you, brother TJ. Says in the med school, I'm in med school and start my first clinical rotation tomorrow. Okay, brother. Says Ebony, we'll get ready. Up Patrick Monahan report. Okay, a salute to you, brother TJ. Do your thing, brother. Get that bag, man.
Yep, I'm going to do my research. So if you don't make it, I'm going to be able to at least say something, because I want to research it in full. So thank you for that, TJ. Yeah.
Shout out to TJ.
Yeah!
So like I said, we're going to pick this back up. This was a long discussion. We talked the truth. No power equals no respect in America. And right now we're taking our power back. And it ain't got nothing to do with white folks, because they ain't got our power. It's just out there floating around waiting for us to take it back. We just got to take it. It's there.
That's it. Listen here, I got mine. I use it every day. God dang it. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. Y'all better figure it out. Come on now. Figure it out. Shout out to what's his name? Dang it. Minister Farrakhan. Don't imitate. Don't buy into the negative aspects of it, but watch white man's endeavors. Watch his chess moves. Why? Because he is successful in his endeavors. Watch. Don't be so much, but just watch. Like I say, you ain't got to take on no wicked cult-like activities, but just understand the rules of engagements. And that's it. And we could do better. Number one, stop being so emotional and predictable. That's a hell of a start. Stop being so emotional and predictable. That's what Tommy was kind of touching on. Like, I got to respond every time somebody put up an image of a monkey. that was some truth there. That was it. But no.
Yeah, and it's always good to study your enemies, study the people that are against you or whatever, because then you'll know how they think, and that is how you grow and that's how you learn. We're not meant to just think one way. Chess is all about knowing what the next move is going to be with your opponent. So it's always good to be well-rounded in those areas, and so that's important to do. So it's good to study other people and just to learn. So.
And the thing is, we don't need anybody's permission. So that's my thing. We don't need white folks or the government or the powers that be. We don't need anybody's permission to do better and come together. We don't have to wait for them to give us permission to do ish. We can do it on our own accord.
Got to. It's in you. Just move when your gut tell you to do it. Don't fight that feeling. If everybody get that feeling, I feel when it's time to step outside your comfort zone and start to achieve your goals, you get that feeling, and you either gonna follow it or you gonna suppress it and have regrets, man. Come on, let's get it, folks.
Yeah, and we don't necessarily have to have everybody on board. We're going to work with what we're going to work with, because Mr. Walker, for example, if you are wanting to do a project and you tell 50 SBC people, okay, we're going to build this house and we're going to paint it, and I need all 50 people to come, and only 5 show up, we're not going to be tripping on the 45. You're going to tell Gavin X to get a hammer, Eb, go to Home Depot and get the paint or whatever, and we're going to figure this out. So we don't need everybody to be on board. When it comes to tasks and it's come time to make it happen or whatever, it's whoever's going to show up. That's who's going to show up. Some people will be left behind. Some people were left behind on the plantation, and it is what it is. We're going to work with what we have, and the others can just watch from the sidelines while we do what we do.
That's it, sister. Back to what you said about that reset. That's what it looks like. Starting and building a infrastructure that we don't need all hands on deck. It would be nice, but if we can get a select few, we can still get this movie going. That's what it's all about. Yeah. Shout out to the reset. The reset looks like increasing our productivity, whatever that is, and decreasing our cost of living to get out of this hamster wheel.
That part. So awesome show tonight. We appreciate you coming up, Sister Ebony. You definitely was up here cooking. Shout out to you.
Yep. Always. Thanks for having me. And y'all know I love Truth Over Lies. And anytime, you guys talk about whatever, I'm always up for it. And I'm learning too. Like I got to do some homework. Nobody's exempt. We're all up here to teach each other, and we're all up here to learn, and we're all up here to, to check people, and so people can get their facts right. Shout out to Rachel, because she's going to make sure we stay on top of our game. So salute to you all, and thanks, Truth Over Lies. You guys have a good night.
Yes, ma'am. Blessings to you and your family, Sister Ebony.
Thank you. You too. And happy birthday, Mr. Walker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That part. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! So here we are, folks. All right. We back in the house. Watch your mouth. Me and Mr. Walker. Crazy show tonight. All right. Truth Over Lies Unchained. We was damn sure unchained tonight. And y'all see, as we leaving out, we blowing up the building. We here now, Steven. Steven from Django, and what was that, Mr. Candyland? We here.
Calvin! Yeah. Shout out to Jamie Foxx at the end of that movie. That was epic, man. That was dope. Quentin Tarantino with his freak nasty self. Yeah, it's always gonna be a Candyland ninja. Ain't Mr. Walker been telling y'all that, huh? Through all the little ups and downs, all of the madness, Kundra or not, it's always gonna be a SBC cart before the horse ninja. And now it's a Truth Over Lies. We growing ninjas in spite.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight. So here we are. We appreciate y'all coming through. Y'all definitely came through with amazing support tonight in the Cash App. Shout out to Baba T. Shout out to Uncle Tom. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! Shout out to TJ Through the Fire. TJ, be on standby, brother. We got to get you up here. We need some of that intel on the Moynihan and other stuff. Shout out to Rachel, G Honda, Odd Job. Who else we got here? Hanging with Courtney. We got to get Sister Courtney over on the Regal Rumble. Like I said, make sure y'all go check her channel out. she actually popped up. We are subscribed, and I see she's been dropping hella videos. So definitely the ladies go check her out, and the men. He dropping, fitness tips, fasting, and all type of stuff.
Go in there, get you some straightening. Yeah, learn about your proper diet. And shout out to that sister, blessing sister.
Yeah, shout out to Sister Courtney. Shout out to who else we got here? Richai Media, one of the big sponsors tonight. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! We've been coming through all night long. Shout out to Mr. Incredible. And also shout out to Odd Job. I'm sorry, not Odd Job. Omni Design Studios. My apologies. So we appreciate you, brother.
Big support, man. Thank you. Can't thank you guys enough. Again, thank you guys for the birthday love. Do not take it for granted. I spent all day yesterday responding to folks. It was kind of overwhelming. I do appreciate it. But we appreciate y'all coming through, supporting your interests per usual, supporting your channel, supporting beautiful Black media. We over here learning. And please continue to do so, hitting that super chat, hitting that cash app as y'all do. And thank you to everybody gifting those memberships throughout the show. That is the gift that keeps on giving. And it's been a while. Special thank you to the ladies for rocking with us. Thank you, ladies. Without you guys, we could be a whole bunch of guys over here talking mess, and that could be a little weird. So we do appreciate y'all.
So that part. So shout out to all the big sponsors tonight. Like I said, we appreciate y'all. We will be back up here Thursday night. What's today? Yeah, Thursday night for Single by Choices. Mo Madness. Y'all know what it is.
Woo, Mo Dating Madness. What's going on in the dating world, huh? Last time we was up here, Debraka won her own show. Oh, y'all, I sure said can't forget. That's one of my birthday gifts. We moving, man. I can't wait till Thursday.
So we'll be back up here Thursday for SBC Madness. Make sure y'all go check out the show from Sunday with Debraka, if you don't know. And go check out the Patreon from this past Friday. It was a crazy show over there as well.
Indeed. Listen here. Never a dull moment in the cart before the horse multiverse, man. Don't miss a moment.
So like I said, we'll be back up here Thursday. We appreciate all the support tonight. We are going to table this. We ain't done. We're going to pick up where we left off. We're talking civil rights and Jim Crow, and we just led it all the way into modern day. So we're going to talk about everything on the next show, whatever you got.
There we go. So be ready.
I guess.
Yeah, be ready next show. Don't be all timid. I want notes. I want smoke. Come on up here, OGs. Learn us something.
That part. So, and it may come sooner than later. So we'll see. We'll check our schedule. We'll see what we're doing later in the week. Maybe Friday or something. We'll see. So stay on the lookout.
There you go. Listen, there's a lot going on in the social media world. Hey, one dull moment. Yeah, be there, be square.
That part, because by next Tuesday might be something else totally wild. So we might have to get this in before that. That's what I'm saying.
Y'all know what it is.
But until then, until Thursday, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Carpet for the Horse Production.
A good evening.
We're trying to get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets where he need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kiss. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets where he need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not Berry boys.
Not Berry boys.